Hello, hello. Good time of day, everyone. So, today is going to be a pretty standard model stream until the end. Let's just get into it. Hello. As you can see, it's going to be an interesting day. Also, I have not been able to fix the chat. Something on the back end. I'll have to look into it later, so that little thing on top, or the bottom now, is going to stay there forever. Yippee. Okay. So, up. Symbol, or I think it's Symbol, has been doing some backroom vlog sort of thing, and I like the presentation of it, and figured I give her model a shot. She did drop a reference recently. I don't even know if the name is on here. It is not. Well, not going to be a too odd, besides possibly trying to figure out how much physics I want on all the clothing. The jacket putting on there is going to be a thing. So, without further ado, bop, and if I can find it. Live split, my friend. Yes, there's a new update. I do not care. Okay, so let's hit the button. So, first off, really big eyes, which is something I have not worked with before. Oh no, it's not exactly extreme. You'll see if when I get there. Let's just start out basic mirroring. This is about a 6-head eye model. Actually, am I going to need more room? Nah, that ahoge will be fine. Bop. So, without the jacket, we pretty much have that large collar, sort of a sailor collar, sort of not. No bow on it. I don't know the exact style of this, though it's very much in the sort of creepy cute sort of setup. I mean, you have, I forget what this is called, where you actually have lacing on flesh. And, well, she's doing backrooms, so semi-horror. Anyway, let's just get basic body in there before I get too deep. Up. Yeah, she is possibly more 7 heads tall, though very extended head, and the large eyes make her look much younger. Also, very round face. I'll have to keep that on there. So, not much. I'm going to have to definitely have the socks and leg wear be its own separate, possibly 2 layers, in order to put the most physics on them. And I'm going to die trying to figure out how to do the shoes, but hey, that is standard. So, that is pretty form-fitting. I'm just going to switch colors so that I can have something to work with. Comes down about here, and is that mini skirt length? Goes about mid-thigh. Something about here. Oop. Hello. There has been a new VTuber. Well, not new. She sort of popped off because she started doing backroom vlog, and I just kind of like the style that she's been going with. Symbol, with an X in there, just like I have in the title. And I'm just going to do a run-through. The general way her backroom vlog, quote-unquote, go is with an extreme fisheye, and she actually streams with that. I don't catch her streams, but I decided to take a look at a few of them. Mostly just chatting. Was sort of expecting maybe she'd do some horror. But unless that was earlier, I didn't see it. I didn't exactly browse her entire back catalog. Just saw mostly just chatting, some karaoke. But I like her setup. Anyways, I mean, they're just sneakers. They're more rectangle. I've pigeonholed myself into figuring out how to do more pointed shoes than anything. So, as I said, this is going to be a little weird at some point. Let's just deal with that later. So, going to definitely try and do... Yes, they are very definitely. I couldn't exactly pick what era it is, but I know it's an older style. And that's also something I've never done before. The truly huge eyes. Actually, one second. Let me just see if she has a full model somewhere. Let me mute this tab. Because that's per usual, you know. Bust up is at best what generally gets streamed with. But maybe there's an introduction where she shows everything. Yeah, let's hit her YouTube. Let's see. Simple. Mute this as well before it plays every local commercial. Mute. No, I don't think she does anything like that. Just to check. Oh, she's Australian. Okay. Ooh. Alright, I'm not getting anything more from there. Clearly. Okay. So, let's get back onto here. That I'll just have to eyeball later. Oh, yes. This model is currently going off of voice volume and frequency as attached to breath in order to truly show the current mood. Okay. How puffy do I want to put these? I say overemphasize. Let me grab this color just to be sure. I don't have too much room here. But I mean, I can always just cheat and go straight down. And then, you know, back in. And then we... Those up, those come off just below the knee. So you'd have the band here that attempts to keep everything up, but needs glue, sock glue. And then we go down kind of like that. And I think that should work. Oh, yeah. It took a hot minute for me to figure out what I was going to do with it. So, standard A arms. Do I want to have them go on? I mean, she has these, so I might want to do a slightly like that. And I need to put a little extra pixel on this or else it looks a little weird. So that I can show that this has the arm warmers on there. So it looks like they can be taken off as well. Whoop. And about up here, they get really puffy. Should be puffier on this side. And then sleeves like this. Now for the silhouette of hair and how that's all going to work out. Let's go to brown. I said brown. Well, this is brown. It's purple. Yeah, either way. This is all just to make sure I have enough room and everything looks right in proportion. So that goes about mid-thigh. So let's drop it all the way down here. We looks like we have 2 strands that come out from the side, so can't forget that. Either way, about here. Thank you, Select, for not selecting that. We got the, I hate to say it, but the cockroach silhouette going on, which is why it probably has both some high twin tails and those 2 strands that come off. So let's figure out where those are going to come from. On the main model, they come out, or at least on the sheet, they come out about here. They curve back in. Probably want to give them some more range, so I'm going to put them a bit higher. And have them slower. Till right about, hips. Oh, no, I'm talking about the side ones. But yeah. She only has this one, which is a pretty skinny one. That goes, whoop. But I'm saying like these here, but I'm just saying like the general shape. Like when you have standard long hair that kind of like flares out, you just get this. Which is like, you know, beetle, cockroach. And, you know, if you do have the Tuatara, a hoagie, it is literally a cockroach. Not the most flattering thing, but it's just what happens. And you have to break up the silhouette some more. Usually with twin tails or something else. Speaking of which. So these are really on the top. I have not done before. Is that hair going out too far? Nah, it'll be fine. In fact, I should do this so it looks like this comes out a bit more. I'll clean it up later. This is just the rough draft to figure out where everything goes. And this is a very jaggy style, so literally hold shift. Literally hold shift. Those I don't know. In a sprite, if you click and then hold, you click at a spot and hold shift, it'll draw a line between the 2. This goes down to about ear. We'll curve it slightly. Still keep it a bit jaggy. And then this one goes much further. Much further. Down to shoulder. Okay. So, little bit of turn down here. Give it a little more volume up here after I delete a single pixel that offends me. Look, that's so much better. And then we have the hair pieces here, which are, well, I guess they aren't exactly covered up. Let's choose a gray. So the little angel wing ones. I think that's about it. The normal jacket, which I'm not sure if I'll do or not, but her main body should be relatively quick since it's a one-piece dress effectively. And besides doing the striping, these shouldn't be too hard. These might kill me a little bit trying to do that. The little bit of lace into skin is going to be nothing. I have to get the hair and the eyes right because that carries that the most. And then whatever I do at the end. Okay. I think this needs to be a little more out. Really big, really puffy. You do anything in sprite work that is at a smaller scale than like, you know, 1:1. You want to kind of chibi it and make it more emphasis. So I'm going to carry that a little over to this. You're going to see that these are puffy and that they are huge. Okay. Push the button. Smack. 12 minutes. Okay. Or no, it's 8. Oh no, it's 12. Okay. So let me just put in here face. That in the head group. One of these days I'm just going to make a template. Okay, head group. Okay, once I have that, I need to make the neck, which is going to go underneath the upper torso. Okay, actually, that's a good question. Should I be making her very wiggly or not? She's slow in talking, so I wouldn't say she's a really excited character. So I don't think I need to do the most wiggling, but top and bottom should work. It's not like I'm going to need a middle layer. Like, she's not sassy. Like, when I say this is mostly for the actual rigging stage, which I need to, like, think of right now, like, how the body's connected to each other. Because generally, when you have a VTuber, at least maybe a few years ago, the most you got was, like, you know, you lean a little bit. But now, like, what I generally do is I have a little bit of the hips go like this. Okay. I'm not explaining this correctly. I'm trying to think if I have a model on here that is actually set up for that. But pretty much, when the body goes right, if I rig it correctly, I have the hips like offset, and then the up and the shoulders go like this, and then there's a bit of lean in here, and the legs go like this, and it has, you know, a definite character effect. Generally being wiggly, or being a bit sassy. Which I don't know if she exactly would personify. I mean, I could make it work. I just don't think it's on point of what the character is. As you said, she's very chill. So I think going with proper just, you know, tilts. A little lean in is going to be important, which is going to be something interesting because I haven't done that for a pixel character. I had done that for the Mog's leaf model that she had lent me, and that was interesting. I should be able to set it up for a pixel one because it shouldn't be too bad. But anyways, lower body. And then we get arms and legs. Arm, left arm. I might not even need to split these arms, to be honest. I kind of do, because I do like having the arms go out when they look down, the arms go in when they look up. It adds a bit of bounciness, which might not work with this character. But it's good to split them up anyways. Actually, do you see that when it pops up? No, you don't. Okay, no, you do. I just didn't click fast enough. Okay, leg group. Okay, and she is going to be deathly pale. I could probably run with some white. Also, she has a blue tongue. In case you didn't notice that, she has a blue mouth. So, could I go with this blue-gray? I still want to keep it looking living, even though she is going with blue blood, it almost feels like. Probably not so much, and just style choice. But, let's see. Get it around here. Truly. Let's get that at a 95. 88. Yeah, that's good enough. That almost feels like it should be that. It's a pasty white, but, I mean, I'll get the blush in there. That should help. Also a 5 head. Very 5 head. If she was missing this, like, Also, that tuft is going to annoy me, because I always have problems with the ones that go between the eyes. I don't have enough of that for real estate. Definitely 5 head. I mean, realistically, well, okay. Here's something to note. The top of her eyes are about top of ear level when they should be middle of eye level. Okay, I'll have to remember that. Anyways, I was making a body. Not too curvy, enough there to say that they're there, but not exactly bombshell hourglass type. So I may want to tone down what I was doing before. By that I mean like move over 2 pixels. The joys of pixels. Okay, lower body, boop, boop. Hips with, legs will take care of hip. Helps if I actually, you know, do that. And then we're going to have... Actually, is white going to stand out against this? So white has to... Okay, we might have to fix this. Slightly. Let's grab this. Let's drop it down to 91. Okay, let's drop the saturation to 40. I think maybe... What the heck are you over here? That's just white. That's purple. Okay, a hue of purple. Funny thing is, I'm not far off of what the saturation and luminosity was, so kudos for me to actually figuring out how to do that. I want to say 35. I like keeping at the 5s. And does white stand out? Good enough. I am going to actually... Whoops. Drop that down to 90. And make that 38. Oh, that's still too much. 35. Okay, fine. Whoops. I think I'll go with this. Yeah, okay. Now it stands out. It's very important because I literally don't have the lines this thin. So I want to make it look like there is a dress on here. I have the dress in 2 layers. Yes. Dress collar. A sprite, please. Dress top. Dress bottom. Collar, so I can put a little bit of what do you want to call it? A little bit of physics. So actually, let's get that done first. Okay, let's grab this pure white. And the collar is going to go surprisingly to the neck. How thin do I want the neck? Possibly right about here. So let's actually get that in here. Grab this, drop it saturation, or the luminosity by 10, so 83. And then 23. Whoop. Make it very long so I have enough material to work with when I make a tilt. Good enough. Actually, it's old style, so this is like a pencil neck. So let's go for that. Always important to think of what's coming off the reference sheet. Even if you aren't going to get it, you have to consider it. Okay, so this goes out right to shoulder. This is a walkie setup outfit. It's more of a vest. Okay, so... It does get in. We'll say like right about here. Overemphasize that. And it comes up, so really going to matter more on where that meets up. And then I am going to fight the Jaggies and get that. Wow. Collar. There's no lines on it because it doesn't do the sailor collar stripes. So good there. Outline this because I'm not going to be able to see anything once I start doing the dress top. So drop this down. 90 should be fine. Shift O, inline it. Waha. Actually, that should be a little bit more. We'll go 80. Inline. There we go. Now you can definitely see that there. Show that that is not top of, that is touching and not doing anything else. I should make a back collar. Okay, so here's what I do. I make this chunk white, ba ba, and then behind everything I'm going to make a behind group, and this will be back collar, so that I can have this go behind the neck. It's going to be a group, and this is going to be behind body group, which is going to be where most of the hair goes by volume. And here we are going to, first off, this section up here is going to be the same white color. And then I'm going to go down a shade, which thankfully I had already done. Let's actually go down half a shade. How does that look? Not good enough. Okay, we're going down a full 10. Nope, not 10 itself, but 10. Okay. We have this. And we can do that. And this should be dark enough. We should be able to carry that all the way behind the neck. In fact, this chunk back here should be even darker. And this chunk also should be darker. Turn off the grid for a second. Reads all right. Probably should just have this extend like this until we have a single layer doing that. Good enough. Okay, now on to the dress top, which is just going to be white. I'm going to turn off the collar for a second so that I can line this up. Is there any V-neck? No, it is turtleneck. So that goes up here. Actually, that should probably be separate so that I can put it on the neck layer and not have to deal with any sort of weirdness. Okay, so this does not go actually to the arms. We're saying the arms start here, so we have to get the armpit in there. So something of that nature. Wrap this around. There's going to be a line on it. Bar amplified here. That's going to go down and it's going to cause me everlasting problems. It has say it comes from up there. So let's grab this color because it's the back of that. And we'll just say it comes down from the top and starts to flare out right about there. And then dress bottom carries on that tradition, and we get to actually fill out the dress. Okay, make sure important to overlap, otherwise the A-Sprite gods hate us. I literally mean that. Live 2D does not like pixel art. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And I can flare out at the 2. 4 down here. 1, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we can just finish that up like here. There we go. Now I need to have this pixel go all the way down. You know, if I put this on its own layer, it might not hurt as much to work with. That'd be smart. Oh, when have I done things in a sane fashion? Okay, I'm going to offset this from the edge by 1. And these are now the 2s. So I can go all the way down here. And then as... Oh. I need to follow this up a bit. Okay. And then outline. Or inline in the case. Anything else going on with the edge of the dress? Okay, it's a bit... This is a bit too clean for this. So what I'm going to do is gouge out a few edges to make it look ruffled. Because ruffles have ridges. And I'll get back here later, but the way to make this work is to put some shadows in here, but that'll be during the detailing phase. It'll be basically up, like about here. I'll put a little bit in here. That'll make it look like it's frilly at the end, to an extent. Okay. Let's get back to the top one so that I can put the edge on here. Shift O. Boop. Not these ones. No, no, no. Boop. 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 Okay. Convincing enough. This covers up everything, so we don't need to know about what's going on up there. I need to put a collar, we'll call it turtleneck, because I don't have a better word for it, as insulting as that might be. Actually, what's going on here? Did this go too high? This went too high. Okay, let's cut that to size. And then put dress turtle neck. And then grab this. Go up. How high did that go? Room. Oh, it's not in all of them. It's only in this one. Barely high. Okay. Felt it went a little higher, but anyways, we have that. Boop, boop. Let's do half a shade to try and give it some. So 94, so this is darker. And then 96, somewhat lighter. There we go. Bit of gradient to show basically this little line. Oh no, we're not going to get those. Okay, I need to rethink this. So let's go down here and cut out all this. It's a small detail, but it's a very important detail. Why is it an important detail? Because it stands out. So, I'm just going to put it on its own layer because I don't want to deal with it too much. It's going to effectively be on the same texture, but dress wings. Now, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. I'm missing something on this. Oop. Try to simplify this down to like 3 pixels. It's a losing proposition. I think this is the best we get. Unless I want to try and do some pixeling. I can eke out 1 more pixel out of this. I think I can. So let's move this down to here. Have these go up to like here and go back like this. Okay. We have that. Okay, get rid of these. Okay. Let's just think here. That looked like a wing. No. That looks more like it, but I don't think I'm getting that in there. But can I make it smaller? It doesn't go up. It goes down. I think the best we're getting is the 1 lobe. Maybe something like this. I have put a tagline, watch me mold over a single pixel, and this is pretty much, yeah. Okay, let's drop down, try to do a little bit of shape. Ooh, that's not the right way. Okay, if I lighten this up by 5, put it at 94, 94. Okay. I think I'm going to need 2 pixels up here too. Alright, I do it. Big chunky pixel over here. Can I fake a spiral? That might be more what I need to do. So this comes out, this goes around. Who cares that they touch right there? Move it down 1. No, if I just maybe put it like this. I think that's the best I'm getting. Oh well. Okay. Anyways. Anything else to do on the body? I need to do arms and legs. So, there I go. Grab skin color. Which is a nice palette. Okay, here's where get first take off her dress. Oh, that's not the right skin color. There we go. Somewhere about right here. Okay, put this down a little bit so that I can reasonably work with it. Oh, gotta turn on grid. Knees right about here. And then we go like right about here. Then we... How stick is she? This is an old style, so probably very stick. So, don't really give her too much calves, and just give her basic thigh. Not a lot of definition is what I'm saying. Okay. Okay, let's get her dress back on for YouTube. Arms, 8. 8 sounds great. Come out here. Going like this. And then we're coming out like this. Okay. Now I want to have all the layers on there. So we have a basic no sleeves, and then we have the arm warmers. So arm warmers. I am going to put a jacket on here. And those start being puffy. I picked it before, right about here. It's going to start being a little less puffy and then get like very puffy. Because you have to have that band that cuts off circulation so you can suffer for your fashion. Okay. Oops, Jakey's. My nemesis. Okay, and then this goes out to hide the hands. You know, I'm feeling a bit evil today, so I think I will completely hide the hands and either have jacket on or arm warmers on. Perfect. Saves me work. Okay, there we go. Waha. And then we have the little bit of this on top. Just to make it frilly. I know it's a little more just fabric, but that'll work. Anyways, let's get into putting lines on this. Okay, so boop. Boop. And then we have it really getting puffy. So out here. To make those more delicate, I'm going to put this up to 90. And go like so. That's almost skin color. That's not going to work. It was worth a chance. Okay. It's better to have a read than have it be accurate. Speaking of which, there we go. Now then, does it actually change color? Very slightly. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 changes, and then the little dangly bit at the end. So I can divide this in half. We'll say that that's half. So something like this. And then we could divide this into thirds, which is to say quartered and then sixth it. So, or half it and then sixth it. Like half. Half it. Somewhere about there. It makes no sense because the joke is, it's guessing. But though what I'm really doing is... Well, you can get good at guessing thirds. It's actually kind of hard because you end up at 2/5. But guessing a sixth isn't too bad. It's like you can say that's half. Now a third, like, you know, it's kind of round in here. But it's not it. But a sixth... A 6 you can kind of guess because it's less than a fourth. And if you can guess a half, you can guess a fourth. And you can just take off a little less than that. And since I'm already taking like a half down here, it doesn't add up math-wise. But it's a good enough estimate. Whoops. Okay. So, copy. Paste. So if you guess about on a 6 and you kind of miss it, or take a little bit more, you kind of get the third. I'm doing a poor example, but it's good enough. And then once you have that, you just, copy it over. And we're lucky that this is a very flowing outfit, so it doesn't matter too much because it's all wiggly everywhere. Okay, on this. So this is the half. That's somewhere about here. Now this is where it's turning, so it's getting a bit weird. And I need to avoid jaggies a little bit. I think if I just... Okay. Now this part I can half and just basically do what I did up there. Then I need to figure out what the color's going to be. Which is going to suck. So I'm playing dangerously close to flesh tone, and I hate doing that. This is why I usually just use the built-in that color for skin. But as you can see, that's very dark and saturated compared to normal white. Yeah, it's shocking. The alternative would be like to use grays. Okay. This might need to be back a little bit. So let's just smooch that up a pixel and over a pixel. Up one, over one. Okay. Get off the excess. Whoops, that's the wrong color. Yeah, I didn't bring anything over. Room. There we go. Good enough. Now then, it's only a slightly darker shade. Actually, it's decently dark. I think I can go into nice blue grays. Grab this. Hue it to blue. To do that first, let's drop it down to 80. Oops, please come back. Saturation, go down to 80. We hue it to a blue. And then we drop the saturation to like 20. And it's like this. Perfect. There we go. We need to have a different color for the shade, for the outline. And we may use that for the in-between areas because it gets a little weird to look at. So right now it's like, you see the stripe there, but it just feels wrong. But anyway. Oop. Oop. I need to add a little bit of dangly bit to this at the end. Okay, grab this. Drop it by a saturation and luminosity of 10, putting it to 10 and 70. Yeah, that will definitely look better. Bring that up here. Bring that like so. Room. Okay. And while I'm just doing some mindless work, I do have plans for the day after Christmas and possibly Saturday and Sunday because I feel like I should be stupid of doing some Christmas models. You know, the day after Christmas where it doesn't matter and nobody will care. But you know, that's about in line of how I work on everything. Which will probably be Phase Connect members. Because Dizzy has gone very elf. So I think it's funny. And Sheena because, well, Sheena. And Jelly because I need to round out a trio. What's going on? What's all this then, eh? Weird. There's something not lined up correctly. Something shift. No, it's just going to be Christmas designs. Though Sheena, I'm going to actually look it up because I think tomorrow she might be actually debuting her actual second costume. I think it's the 14th, because I didn't miss it. I don't think it's tonight. Let me mute this and then, like, push buttons. It's the 14th. Okay. Oop. Okay, back to this. Where was I? I was being confused by why this is in mirroring right, and, you know, I don't have to fuss. I don't have to care. Copy, paste, flip. Done. So now that I have that, I have to have that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I counted wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I can fix this. He says as he probably mangles it. So have this droop down. Boop, boop, boop. Bring over this color for this. Actually, that's going to about her thighs now. Okay, that works. Okay. You have to get your measurements when you can. Also, as for their new outfits, I had other ideas, but I have to finish other projects first. I can't take multiple terrible programming projects at once. I mean, I can. It's just they don't get done. Okay, and then we have this piddly noodly thing. Oop. Probably should be smaller, but I think that's cute enough. No, I need to grab this one. When in doubt, just make it cute. Okay, and then I can go in there and make it wiggly later. Now for jacket, which is going to follow the same basic design, except go up. It goes over her shoulders, got to show a bit of skin, but otherwise it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be actually a little less extreme. And the jacket is still white. All right. We'll go with this first off. So this is for the front, because I'm going to have a back layer to go behind everything. So it comes down like this. Oh, okay, one second. This now has to be on top of everything. Actually, first, let's do this in black so that I can actually see. Red, so I can actually see. I'll color swap in a minute. So it comes off the shoulders about down here. Quite literally where I had it before. Didn't I move this? I must have undid it. Okay, get up there. Nope, nope. We're not having you be jaggy like that. Okay, so we have it come down like this. Then you can go out like this. How far do you go down? I don't think you actually had legs. Okay. It goes over your socks, which are definitely mid-thigh. So very oversized jacket. Actually, I think this will just have to be jacket, main, body. It'll just be the inside of this, and I'll have to figure something out. So these can move up and down without too much... I'll figure something out. Okay, and something like this to flare it out so that I don't have to bother with the dress. Okay, and then we have this come up and go inside, like right about here. Okay, and as said before, I am just going to take... I think I'm going to bring it down a shade, like 5, so that it's a different white than everything else. So I'm going to drop this down to 70. I'm going to turn continuous off so I can just click on that, boop. Grab this, drop this down to 90, bring up its saturation to about like 20, and shift it to a nice blue. Turn back on continuous so I can just click in here. There, so we have 2 different shades of quote-unquote white. I think this would be a little too bright for it. Yeah, that makes it blue. But down here, the saturation gets pulled out by all the white around it. Is there anything fancy about the jacket? Nope, it doesn't really have anything. It just jacket. Boop, boop, boop. I'm not going... Yeah, I don't think I'm going to include all that. Anyways, so we have to have the sleeves, which are going to go underneath this. And I can hide a bit on that. Jacket, sleeve... left. So once again, I need high contrast to figure out what the heck I'm doing. So it's going to be starting up here, so this will cover it and could cover all the sins of all the mistakes I make with it. And it could be slightly poofy. Very much oversized jacket look. And then we have it do that. And my heater turns on to keep me from freezing to death. Which I apologize for. It's going to make this model go absolutely nuts because... Yep. Okay. We have that. Turn this back on. Fill that in. Grab this color. Turn this on to... continuous. Not continuous. Oh, I don't like that. I'm going to... puff this out a bit, take off that edge. And then I need to have the little bit of, you know, that bit at the bottom. Oh, that's the background color. I should change the background color because it's going to confuse me. There's too much monochrome on this. Okay, so go in here, go into preferences. I don't think you actually see this. Go down to... Was it color? Backgrounds, there we go. Pick a horrible blue, pick a horrible pink. Bob's your uncle. There we go. Now, I won't get confused. Okay, turn this back on. Just going to have a little bit of the sleeve here. Give an extra pixel, few pixels, so that it convincingly is that, and just stripe it because it's striped. Extend it so that I can get that final one in there. Okay, now we have to add a little bit of back to this so that this can swing around a bit without any issue. So go back here. This is going to be behind the collar. So we have to put it further down. Jack it back. And bop. It's right about here. I'm going to take this color, going to drop it down a shade. So 1280. I mean, technically it's going all the way down here. Yeah, I guess I should have it for this part. Yeah, I figured as much. Oop. Continuous is on. Okay. There we go. Okay, let's turn continuous off. Do I have any holes? I have monstrous holes. Okay. Okay, taken care of, and then I just need this but darker. No worries. I don't expect anyone to sit on this as much as I do. Okay. So we have this. We're going to drop it down 10. Down to 60 to show that it's behind everything. And then we're just going to why is that so rough? 1 second. I'm going to remedy this. Okay, so take this. Oh, that's the wrong color. Boop, 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 boop. Once again, take this, drop it down 10. Now it's 60. And now we just do this. Okay, turn the main jacket back on. And look, we have that. Put in details later, but let's get on because we've already been on this for about a decent while, but it's going to be the majority of this. Okay. Next up, we have her striped socks, which I can actually just kind of easily just straight up integrate into here. The leg warmers are going to be another question. In fact, let me turn off the jacket so that I can get the arm warmers. Bop. So I think those are the right color. Yeah, those are the same color. I don't need to be as exact on them because socks, they have, oh, they're asymmetrical. Well, she is a VTuber. So, slightly over the knee. Very slightly over the knee. Okay, we have that. And just, turn continuous back on, inline it. I'll be changing stuff up in a second. I'm going to be changing these, but I still need to get how big I want this. So this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then a little bit of slop for this. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And these are how much I feel like they should curve that day. 1, 2, 3, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one's going to be a little over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, if they make the socks part of it, I can actually do a foot. Have the shoes be removed, because I don't have to do as much work as I would trying to make actual toes. That just kills me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So basically all I need to do is go like, oh. I'm guessing these are also platform shoes? Yes, they're platform shoes. Of course they are. Oh. Foot. You get the big toe in there, and then you kind of go like this. And oh look, it's socked foot. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. I'm doing 4 because this is tilted a bit, therefore you gotta tilt it. Okay. More feet than I expected to get today. Okay, grab that. Does it start? Yes, it starts at A. This color. So boom, 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 boom. And then we fill it in with white. Because right now it's the skin color, which is a slight purple. Which is not what I expected, but she has blue tongue, so it is what it is. Let's throw this on to not continuous so that I can just sloppily go and not worry. Well, I mean, I have to worry when it crosses over, but you know what I mean. I don't have to worry about coloring outside the lines. Whoops, that, like that. That I have to. Whoop. Okay. Now then, we turn this off because she is a VTuber, therefore she is asymmetrical, and I have to put these little frilly frills here. So let me grab this color. And let me scallop these slightly. And then get generic white to throw in there. And cheat to win by copying this in its entirety. Copy, oops. Copy, paste, Shift H to flip it over, and look. It could be a little more elegant, but I don't think I can get it much more. So I'm going to stick with that, and I'm going to do a bit of a flesh lacing. This I'm probably only going to do at 2 pixels, and then I'm going to shade the bottom one. Otherwise, this is too hard to work with. So it's only a... Okay, I can work with that. Go like that. Go like that. And then I will steal this color. And do this. Because I'm only working with a bottom half of this, I don't have to do both sides, but you still get the effect that this is, you know, overlapping without it getting too weird. Okay, now we have to put on some puffy socks. Or, well, leg warmers. Welcome back. Yeah, alright. So this is going to be white. This has 4 ribbons on it. I should be able to fit on 4 tiny ribbons. I'll have to figure out how the heck I'm going to do that. Either way, grab the... No, we're going to do this in red to start with. Otherwise, I won't be able to see a thing. Turn on mirroring. Turn on grid. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, how far? It goes down to the 3rd band. So around here is where it starts. So let's just start digging in. Let's give the benefit of the doubt of the original design to give that little bit there. And the rest of this is pretty smooth until about the ankles. I'm going to put it out, and then it comes back in, like so. Slowly fade out, and then come back in. That makes it look puffy. Turn on Pixel Perfect. Magic Lines. I don't remember the rest of that song. Grab that. And then turn off continuous, and we bring that in there. Get rid of the doubled up corners. This is why you turn off Pixel Perfect when you work with A-Sprite. I don't know when I clicked that button to turn it off, but it was a mistake. I'm going to put a little bit of inbuilt folds in here, or well, not folds. I guess they are folds. Terms hurt. Okay. It's probably just too much, and that's why I don't like it. Got a little bit of pinching going on here. Here. We'll fix it up some details later. Next is the ribbons, which are going to suck. Left leg ribbon. I'm just going to work in red so that I can at least get them in. Give me a square, make it 4. Okay, ribbon. Ribbon. Or bow, at least. Good enough. Oh, that's technically the shoe. I'll just keep working as is. Okay, and put one here. Well, I can't do it like that. Okay, once again, turn this off because I won't be able to do the cut and paste. I'm just going to flip it at the end anyways. Nope, that's not what I want. Nope, nope. Mistakes were made. Okay. Next, I just copy all, paste, flip. Everything's fine. Okay, now to outline these. Okay. And once again, that. This side should be slightly bigger. There. You know, maybe I could actually just follow what they were doing. More elegant solution. Okay, I think I'll go with that. Oop. Whoop. Now, why aren't I putting these on their own layers? Because I'm lazy. I will just basically for any wiggling, I'm just going to do left and right stretching and call it a day. Okay. Copy, paste, flip. Good to go. Now for shoes. Shoes go underneath all this, but over the foot. I'm going to have a lot of splitting to do on this, and that's going to be too much fun. Still haven't got to the face. Okay. So the shoe's pretty standard pumps. Let's take off the leg warmer. Let's draft this in red. So we have the tongue here for the shoe. Oop, turn this back on. We have the tongue here for the shoe. We have this line. Cool. We can just do this. And then we have the platform, which just follows that, but bigger. And this can continue out past that because shoe reasons. And then go back here, which I don't have to make a back of this. And I will just do that. Okay, and they're just white. I mean, they're shaded, but they're just white. I'm lacking on the, like... The only thing I'm not really attempting to copy is the sort of watercolor shading going on, because it's not going to happen. I am too much of a scrub for that. Okay, let's see how this looks at the leg warmers. Okay. Okay. I could see why though. Why are you... Oh, I do need to extend this a bit. Okay. Let me just pick up my red. And have this go down here. Bunch up. And nope, let's redo that. I wanted to go 2, then start going up, and then fade in. Okay, let's turn the ribbons off for a second. See what we're working with. Okay. We can keep a bit of this because it is bunching up. That's the whole point of this. Now we could turn continuous off, turn it back on because I keep forgetting it. And then we put the ribbons on and everything looks nice. Probably should darken that up, but that could be details. Anything else we need? Skirt could be longer. Which is a rare thing to say for an anime girl. I think it's usable. Okay. I might make a shade layer for the skirt and for the jacket. Actually, let's see what it looks like with the jacket. I think it's fine. Okay. So, any other detail I'm missing? So I have the right sock do that. I have the flesh ribbons. I'm not drawing all the stuff in there because I don't have the real estate. I have put too much time on getting those wings to work. I have shoes. You know what? These should probably be a darker shade at the bottom. Because, you know, light. Curvature, all that. Okay. Anything else on the checklist? No, okay. Arms good, arms good. Let's do face. So, up to here. She has a very round face. It is a very old style. She is set up to be very, very cute. That's not a circle. That is a circle. Let me just see what her official model looks like for a second. It's still muted. Yeah, that's round. That's still round. There's a bit of fade in on the jaw, but... Okay, let's... 28 sounds right. Okay, so that's where that would be. Now then. Let's take off a bit of this. Feather this in a little bit more. Increase that cranium. She's going to need it. Okay. I think that's about the head we want. See what's going on here. Did I turn off back? I turned off back, that's why. There we go. Now then, we have a face. We want eye white left. Okay, good. You can actually see that. So, as I said before when looking at this, the start of her eye, top of her eye, is just slightly above the mid of her face as far as ear goes. Now, we padded out the top a little bit, because just design purposes. But that still puts right about here. And she has... What's the default for? Okay, so she's slope up. Look here. I don't want to say dopey, but okay, does the bottom do anything special? The bottom does not do anything special. I don't actually think that she has any... Actually, she might not have any whites of her eyes. I don't think she has any whites. 1 second. I need to look at this. This is muted. If she does, it is very hard to tell. This is an interesting conundrum. Snip tool, please. Work with me. They have to stay because I'm using them as a mask. Okay, here's from a video. I'm color picking. Yeah, she doesn't have whites. Okay. So these are just going to be masks. Very interesting. Didn't think that would happen. I open mask. So when I have masks, that means I can put on a color that is absolutely horrid, so I can actually tell what's going on. That's too horrid. Red works. And because of that, I get to duplicate this. I mid-mask left, because I have to split this later. Interesting. I didn't realize that. So, as per tradition, I grab these. I go 1, 2. Grab this. 1, 2. And I let God sort it out. He's not really interested in anime girls, so I just have to do my own work. Okay, and now for pain. Actually, first let's do this. Left eyelash full. Okay, she very much has that. We could go with this not black. Actually, needs to be more of a gray. So let's go with this. She goes with black on her main model, so I can go with this. Okay. Cover this up. Cover that up. And we go down here and we do a little bit of that. Does it tick in at the end? Nope, it goes to a point, so I can cut those off. Do I need to give it a wing? Ref sheet says no. What does model say? Model says actually has eyelashes behind hair. Pain. Okay. Good enough. So we duplicate this. We turn that off. We turn the full one off. We turn that on. And then we move this down. Move this up. I think we could just do that. This needs to be down here, so let's just pick a few off and go like that. Good enough, and then we duplicate this one more time for the closed eyelashes so I can get my 3-frame blink. Never underestimate a 3-frame blink. It is amazing how well they work. Okay, grab this, move this down like 1 pixel, move this up 1 pixel. I said up 1 pixel. Thank you. And yeah, I guess we can go like that. Something like that. Okay, I think that's good enough. Now for the true pain. How big do we want these eyes? Let me go to her YouTube so I can get a better shot of this. She is a Twitch streamer, but how it was discovered was on VTube, on little backroom blog things, which decided to blow up. I'm also mostly doing this because she's been doing like, might do more VTuber tips, and I just like anybody who will say that, who will give like a little bit something for people starting out. Okay, so this is extreme fisheye, but it's going to give me something to work with. I actually follow Achi, and Achi follows her. I think she might have linked her, liked or something, and gave it to me anyways, too, at a later point. So, let's think here. So we have it purely full covered here. How much more does this go? If we want a nice round, we go a bit more than that. And then a bit up here. This has to curve out, like down here. Now this is fisheye, so it's being a bit weird, but I think I have it. And it's also black, so I can use my favorite black, which is to say a purple. She's really taken off, though. Eye left. So pretty much, I can just go like that. And I think I'll be good. Does she have highlights? She doesn't. That's strange. I wouldn't have expected that. Anyways, the smallest mouth I've ever rendered. But yeah, the algo seemingly has loves her at the moment. And as I was saying before, she's doing little VTuber help to start things, and I don't know. I like when people do that. Oh, how am I going to do this? She is very small, big eyes, small mouth. So that's good at a closed. Do I want to give full phonics? Of course I do, but do I really want to do full phonics? Of course I don't. So we'll give E and eh. Actually, does it work properly? Is this tracking? Did I lose tracking? Nope. I. There's actually teeth on this model, but it's not picking up today because I have a fan going on my furnace. Yeah, I can't get it to work. It's glitching out. How surprising. So, mouth closed, mouth open, mouth O, mouth however you want to go with that. Anyway, this is where it gets beyond there. So let's just go with fully open mouth. First off, I should probably rim the face with an inline so I can work off that. Possibly, let's turn off the eyes for a second so I can get actual real estate. Yeah, that kind of works. I put like a nose dot right here. Most horrible eldritch of things on an anime girl. You know, I might leave the nose dot off. She's from that era. No. You get a nose dot at half color. Whoops, nope. That's the wrong way. So drop this by this, drop this by that. Oh god, it's 2 dots. That's horrible. It's unholy. Anime girls' noses don't work like that. There we go. I mean, that's probably the saner choice not to have them in your feed. Let's get to an open mouth. It's fish-eyed, so it's a little hard to work with, but... Oh, she has a mole. Right there. 1 second. I got to fix this. This is very important. There we go. Okay. So she does have teeth on there, so I can do the E without truly violating what the model setup should be. She doesn't exactly have a full smile on there. I don't know if that's just tracking, or if her mouth form is just like open. She definitely has a mid one. So she might have some advanced lip sync on her, because I know that's on hello, so that's definitely an O. The rest are pretty alright crescents, so I can go with that. So, boop boop. Mouth open. Let's go up to about here. Oh, let's turn on this. Here. And it's going to be a dark blue, but it's a blue nonetheless. No, honestly, might as well just go full. I don't have the real estate to put the top lip on there like I usually do. O can... be like that. E can be like that. And I can get some teeth. Looking a little off, but I think it's just because of red eyes. It's not much I can do because I can't keep the the actual eyes on there because they take up the entire face. Alright, I guess this is onto hair then. Let's get the eyebrows in there. And they're just simple. And I will cut that like so. E. Okay. Oh, I have two one-on-ones. Let's just keep it closed mouth. We'll have a smile toggle for that. I won't go too in depth, but mouth closed, smile. Because that just looks too sad otherwise. There we go. Now then, into pain. Let's actually fix this left eyebrow. This will be mouth group, and then eye group. It's been an hour. I should stand up to avoid leg clots. Avoiding leg clots is good. So, I will be right back shortly. Also, in my case, get some... I guess these are technically row blankets. Either way, the place I'm at is about, 63 American, so it's a little chilly. Anyways, round to hair. Which is going to give me a bit trouble. Like, in here it's defined, but on her model, or at least how she streams it, I guess there is some black edge. It'll be fine. Nothing to worry about. Oh, I don't have enough room in here. Maybe I do. I just cover up a little bit of this. Oh well. So. Which way does the swoosh? The swoosh is to the right. We get that. Make sure it gets up there. Front hair. We inline it with black. And we fix some pixeling sins. Something like that. Okay. And then we fix this up here because it should merge into the rest of the hair, not be completely pillow shaded up here. Okay. Whoops. Then she has the standard swoosh underneath her bangs. Does she actually go for full hair vents? I say as I don't actually have a good shot of her. Barely. She's getting hair vents from me, though. Okay, so underneath this we have hair cap. And I'm just baking in the swooshes to the hair cap so that I don't need to worry about it later. And as always, I say that the hair cap exists to make things easier for me so I don't mess them up. Okay, so we swoosh this in. I don't have... Yep, there we go. How high up is this? Very high. 5 head. Remember, 5 head. Okay. Swish it like that. Yeah, they'll overheat if you don't do the if you don't give them the air intakes. It's a very weird design flaw. Okay. But it's just what you live with. Okay, and this should go up to about here, and that... Whoops, nope, that should not be mirrored. That should not be mirrored. Then we have... Yeah, it's straight into side locks. I might put this in here just so it's a little more than that. Left side lock. Let's do it in orange because I might go over the hair a little bit. And they go about to where this part, so to something like that. And then we approach the hair. I forgot to mirror. Oh well, I can fix that. There we go. Now we hit this button. And then we do this. Also, I keep saying jaggy, but I should probably define that. That's a perfectly straight line. That is also a perfectly straight line. That is also a straight line. But as you can see, it snaps. So what happens if I want to draw a line like this? Oh, and then I draw that one. Okay, let's go with this. This is working for the most part, which is sucking. There we go. That's a jaggy. It breaks the pattern. So you have 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, up, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, up, 1. And because the line isn't curving, it makes no sense, and it's just your attention is drawn to that single pixel, and like, why is it doing that? So in general, whenever you do an angle, a straight line or a curve, you want to keep the pattern going. Like when I was doing some of the curve of the dress, I was doing a pattern like this, where it's like increasing. But then I can have it like decrease, and it doesn't feel bad. But if I were like going like this, it doesn't quite work. Anyway, Jaggies. Hate them or hate them. They show up a lot in like older video games, partly because of anti-aliasing effects, either by intention or just that's what they did because they didn't have much of a choice. One more. So they see I'm doing like ones and then twos. Then I could do like as much as I want as long as I lean it back in. And behold. Hair ducts. And I turn continuous off because I'm on a layer that only has that. There we go. Now I might want to do a few more things. And once again, I don't have her... I want her just showing the model. I'd give a lot for her just like a standard VTuber introduction. Show full model. It's there. Wait a second. Wait a second. She has her model. Does she have her papa in there? She did the model. Oh! Oh, she did the model art. Crap. And she's not showing it off. Well, she's showing off the ref. So she did the model art and got somebody else to rig it. Okay, it's the rare instance of like, oh, I like what this person is doing. Oh, look, she does art. This isn't the first time this has happened. It won't be the last. Not to be mean, but I can tell the same brain damage. The same mistakes were made. Whoop. Turn continuous. I like anyone who does their own model. It sucks. You have to give up at some point, like with all things, your own passion project. Not like I do any high quality models for myself, but yes. Okay, we have that, and what I thought would be simple hair is turning out to be pain. But let's move on. So, let's get a back of head. Just so I can have stuff safe, and then I can have the other hair be in actual back layer. This just gives me a little more room to work with, otherwise the back of the head slides around and I don't quite like it. This will also give me something to work with to put the twin tails on, because I have definitely given her hair ducts. Okay, so this is going to be simple. Oh. Okay, this has to go behind everything. Pretty expected. Direct back head hair. So I just want to go like right about here. I should be able to just put them like right here and it'll be fine. The head's expanded a bit. I mean, that's a good thing, right? That means she's smarter, right? right? It's something to be strived for. Okay. And let's just cut this off. Actually, that means I can move this up here because it's flat with chin. There. Now we don't have to worry about it too much. Whoa. Basically, what I'm worried about, and why I'm doing it like this, is that when the hair starts... Eh, am I worrying too much or too little? Let's go about here. Then I can bring this up here. This will be distorted to heck by whatever I do with this face group. I mean, they'll be linked more than likely, so it'll be fine. Hair piece. Left hair piece. I don't think I'll be breaking the layer, but I should do that. And we got the wings. Okay, okay. I feel like this should be swapped. Yeah. '84. Desaturate the heck out of that. Oop, oop. Okay. Get up here. So this is going to cover the twin tails. So let's just put something there as a placeholder. And it's going to go out. We have that. Then we have the second wing down here. Or the second lobe, as I've been calling it. This I can actually work with. Okay, that's fine. Well, have a good sleep or rest or just relaxing. I will see you later. Pop, pop. Drop that down to 90. Yeah, they aren't 0. This is going to be 4 to 8 hours, depending on how much pain I give myself. Thank you. Okay. Do that, and I think that works. Hello. I am working on symbol, the self-described girl failure backrooms VTuber, who has been doing some stuff on some. They're not shorts; they're literal video things, and they've amused me. And I wanted to give her model a try. Turns out she made it herself. So, as always, I somehow find the artists. One up? One up it is. Up. Nope, that's not what I wanted. That's because I have that on. This is actually her sprite sheet. I mean, her ref sheet. That she drew. I'm assuming she drew. She made the model herself, as I couldn't find a proper one. Definitely an older style. Definitely sort of in the vaguely creepy cute category. That a lot of horror streamers like to do. Okay. And I found out that she doesn't have any whites of her eyes, which is leaving me endlessly perplexed on how to actually do any of this. Okay, so we have that. Now we can actually make the twin tails. Left twin tail. So as before, we have the short one, the short inner one, that is technically behind it, I guess. Yeah, it looks like it's behind it. So I may need to think of some things. And given the style, I just need to make this as jaggy as heck. Okay, and I can actually cheat a bit by going up here, make it thick. Okay, so 1 and then go to 2 for a quick second, and then go to 3s. Maybe. Yeah, I think this is the ticket. And then I can stick with like 2s going all the way down to link it up. Nope. We're going to have to fix this a bit. So we get 2s up here and then like a little bit of 1 and then, yeah, that should do it. Okay, let's shave off a bit. Like, make it 3s for a minute. Then make it 2s. At this point, we should make it 1s. Then we get another 1 in here. And we could just go up all the way like that. Not much more we could do for a transition right there, unless we want to do the horrible half jaggies. Which, I mean, I guess it kind of works. I have no love for the jaggies. Yeah, that's not what we're doing. Nope. Go back to this. Okay, select this all, inline it. We need to make you pointy. Congrats, you are pointy. And I think we're going to go with this being the inner one. So just going to merge it up there. I think we need to go a pixel more out here. Maybe moving these down a little bit. Oh, that's a red split. All is lost. Let's turn that off for a second, the hairpiece. Ugh. Let's fix this abomination up. Yeah, let's go in here. Bop, bop. Don't like that. Like that more. Let's raise everything up by 1. And just kind of feel our way to victory or defeat. I think maybe if I do a bit of 2 in here. I'll be happier with it. Actually, I said this is on top. Let's turn off the rough because it might be messing with me a bit. Okay, so this is what I have. A little too something. They're thin and long. Should be going down to about her jaw, which is correct. Maybe a bit thinner, so let's do a bit of something. Okay, let's do something drastic. Yeah, how far does the inner one goes? Down to about her eyes. So, whoop. Sometimes you have to kill your darlings to figure out what the heck you're doing, so. Wasn't too married to that working. Okay, if I just patch this up, I think this will work better. Turn that off for a second. That's the wrong thing. Oh, that's hair cap, not hair clip. Boop, boop, boop. As I was saying, this is pretty thin hair, so I was thinking, oh, I'm just overthinking this, and I think I was correct. And then we just boop. Throw that back up there, and I think that is more correct. Bingo. Okay, now for back hair. This was going to be an easy model. It's an easy model. She doesn't have much on there. Okay. One second. Oh, fun thing about Sprite, if you have a select up or something, it completely eats your Windows cursor, even if you go into other things. So, anyways, okay, now back to here. So let's turn this off so I can actually see where this starts. Okay, so I can just start here. Now I'm going to have the quote-unquote cockroach that goes about down to here, tapers back in, and it's about thigh length, and I will mess around with that in a minute. But I also need that other strand of hair that goes out from her to break up her... I might need to do a few things badly. I need to break up that silhouette by having... I'm going to make it red first, because it always seems to be the best choice. By just long extended one that kind of... Oops, that was not the move. Go here. I guess I'm going to have to de-arm her for a second. Okay. And just taper that off. Okay. I'll inline that with black. Make it the proper color. Break it into the hair. Or not. Get that last pixel down there. Actually, if it's going like that, it should just be that, and I should just cut it off there. Okay. Turn everything back on. Boop, boop, boop. Turn off the back jacket, just so I can tell. Because I need to at least make these look nice down here. So let's turn off the legs. Now, she has a little bit of, you know, the standard sort of thing. So I'm going to break this up a little bit. Here. Let's see about this. A little nicer. That's a little too weird. I think I want to just like have strand to come off like that. Nope, like so. Like so. Give a little bit of that. And a little bit of that. And blend it in. Maybe even extend this up a little bit. Whoop, G to win. Turn off the body for a second just to make sure that I didn't do anything too dumb. It's not the worst. Could be better. Bop, bop. Turn on her eyes. Move my legs so I can feel my foot again. Or at least feel it in 5 minutes. Oh, there it is. Eye group. Oh. That's right. Okay, so now onto detailing the body. I was going to put a bit of shade on this because this is so, you know, floofy that it's going to need it. So let's get into it. So the cheap way to do this is just to change these values and not make them quite exactly dark. But if I go like this, I can fake that there is some folds going on. It's not quite as dark as what I'm using for everything else, so I have to keep that in mind. I do have mirroring on. Okay, good. And then I just have to come in here and make sure that what do you mean other stuff that isn't? I'm not quite following that. Anyways, it's back on here. Nope, that should be 95. It's a slight drop in color so that the outline still holds as being an outline. Okay, so this has a pinch right here. So I'm going to start up here. Continue it down like this. And go in. There, we got ourselves a bit of pinch. And since this is pinching in, this can have a bit of light falling on top of this. Oop. So, and this is basically completely in shade because it's underneath. And just a little bit here because it's going out. Now onto this. This is where all the interesting stuff is going to happen. Because in order to make this look like it's scalped properly, I have to choose which are being in and which are being out. So this is going to be coming up here, going like this. So we get over this, and then we get into this gully right here. We go up here. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. And then a little bit on here. Actually, that should probably be its own layer thing, but turn off grid for a second. Actually, do I have that backwards? One second. So this is raised up. Okay, I did have that backwards. This part should be... Oops. Boop. Like so. It tapers off a bit up here. And I don't know if anything else on here. She has a lot of shading on here, but I'm not going to be following that. I already did the shading for the back of the collar here. let's go into here, which is going to have some. So of course, this is going to be a monster of it, because it's got a pinch. And this also. So it has a pinch, and then there's a pinch down here. Don't know if I need any on the socks or the lacing. The jacket's going to need some. So let's turn that on. Now I've already done the back of jacket because that's its own thing. Now the front of jacket, that's going to need it. So drop this by 5 on the luminosity. I suppose on the saturation too, because this has a slight blue to it to make it a gray. Get those liquids in. So of course this is curving up right here. A little bit of pinch here so we can put something. Jacket goes down. I'm just going to do this. It's a fluffy jacket. I guess I'll keep it more round than that. Yeah, that should be good enough. Okay, now back to the sleeves, which are going to have a lot more. So I'm going to say this is on top, but it's going to hit this point and then pinch up into this, so I can have a little bit of this going on, a little bit over here. Then down here, it's just, you know, big and fluffy. Have that. If this is, so this is pinching right here. This is being pushed up. Could have a bit of a tension right there, giving us this. How does that look? It's fine. Maybe something right here. There's a lot of her artwork for it. Has a lot of the watercoloring sort of shading of these. Okay, so the tension is coming off the shoulder, coming down here. Going, I guess that does work. Whoop. Shading makes... It's more art than science, even though it is science. Okay. I guess we should probably actually just do a bit of hard shade on that, because that's under that. Okay. Anything more I need to do on there? No, I think I did more than I should have, because it took me like 20 minutes to get that to work. Unless I want to put something on every single ribbon, which I don't think I want to do. It's already going to conflict with that, because they're the same color. There's a lot of monochrome going on here. Okay, on to face. I hit the magic button. Boop. Dude. So let me turn the giant eyes off, because I want to add some blush. Because she has blush. Look, there's blush. Isn't it cute? Okay, so what sort of shade can I actually do to give her blush without it being too overwhelming? And it's going to be weird because it's going to be culled by the eye thing, even though it's not actually going to have any white. So that's like too much. So let's take this. Let's drop this by 30s. So 201, 207. Can I sticker blush? I mean, she has the 3-line blush. What is her actual, like... Yeah, she goes to the 3-line blush, so we're going to go with the 3-line blush. Okay. So... Whoops. That wasn't the right thing. That was not E. Okay, let's put it over once so that I can slant it. This one can go over one more. Yeah, it hitting the edge really messes with things. I don't think I get slants. And maybe just having a slightly dropped one. So 215, 215 plus 2 to 217. I think that gets the point across, but it might be too much. Bring this up like 20. 220, 222. Actually, I need to have this visible when she... Turn off eyes for a second. When she completely blinks. So, there we go. We got cute blush. He also has a bit of eye big on top, but I don't think I'm going to replicate that on there. I'm already too busy on this, and I think I need to change up how these work by making them pure black. And I don't think they even go on top. They don't. She's a rare monster out there. Usually the eyebrows are on top, usually the eyelashes are on top, or they have some sort of fading, which I know how to do. I usually don't because I don't like working with opacity and pixel art. They kind of fight. Okay, anything else I could think of? She has her mole. I managed to snake that. Was that on her sheet? Very slightly. It's almost impossible to notice. Oh, yes. That might be fun. Let's do it. So let's bring the eyes back on, and we will have a secondary group, and then we will just start slashing these apart, and then go into start rigging. And I need to really update this to have a cut apart in here. Okay, so left eye. We will duplicate it. Left eye spiral. Okay. So this isn't going to be flipped. This is just going to be flat on moved over. It is a bright blue. I think it's still a bright blue in there. But we don't have to have it be that dark, actually, because any lightness in this will be enhanced by the fact that everything is dark on here. Eyelash? There it is, okay. Because color is a terrible, horrific, eldritch chameleon. And it will do everything to lie to you. Okay, so we have that. There we go. We got some spirals going on. Now they won't be moving. I don't know if they move on her model. They probably do wiggle a little bit, because that's what I'd do if I were doing this with money. But as for now, make a save. Begin the split process. So let's hit the 1. Oh, detail here. Let's hit the 1. Anyways, I don't need to split up the side locks because they're not going to be doing much. That said, I am going to go in here and do something terrible. Because these are hair ducts. So they will be like so. Okay, now we can save it. Now we can start splitting up everything. Twin tails, do I want to split them up? The hair pieces I do want to split up because I want to put them on their own. Well, no. They can stay on their own layer. I will just make sure they have a bunch of segments between them so that I can do fake rotates on these and it will, you know, mirror over. Same with twin tails. Eyes must be split. Cut. Pasta. Right eyebrow. Smack that in there. Turn them off. Save. Otherwise, I will never know that it happened. The acute closed one. Cut. Crack my back. Just need to hyperextend that spine a little bit. There we go. Okay. Right eye closed. Drop that in. Save. Boop, boop. I don't actually need to put ears on her. Well, she turns her head on off. No, actually, let's do that. Good point, script. Okay. Let's just give quick ears. I still go... Ooh. Oh, I made a brush, that's why. So as I was saying before, the top of the ear is the top of her eye instead of the middle of it. So she has ears about, like... It helps if I turn this on. About here. Keep them simple. They probably won't show up. It's a case of better to have them than not. Just keep them small and cute. When in doubt, girl cute. Okay. Now let's turn all that hair back on. Whoop, whoop. Oh, yeah, okay. I want to dress this up a little bit because in her sheet, she has a... one coming off here, so I should probably, at the very least, attempt to emulate it. So, let's go like this, give that, and then give a little bit of this. I forgot what the anime was, or the director that basically said when you draw the girls, make them look like cats. That age-old thing. And had cat references to base stuff off of. I mean, it works. It works disgustingly well. There's entire gimmick accounts that just... Here is anime girl, or here are some cat pictures. Here is the current anime girl in Vogue doing the cat poses. I mean, like, meme cats that come and go. Okay, I think that's fancy up enough. Is that too much? I think maybe for her main model, yes, but for her setup, nope, I'm going with it. Cut out right here. Maybe bump this up a little bit. Why? Okay. Right eyebrow. Left eyebrow. Right eye closed. Left eye closed. Left eyelash mid. I don't know if I should outline these or not. I don't think I have enough room to outline these. I can bottom line these, though. Let's go back. When I mean bottom line, I mean just do this. Because I don't have enough pixels to work with. I just outline the bottom so to make it look like it has a place. It's like actually in the environment. And since I split these, I must copy over exactly or all is lost. I think I saved myself from all is lost. These I can just mirror. Once I turn on mirroring. Okay, so that's still the inside of that. Okay. Okay. It's experimental. I've not done it before, so we'll have to see how it works in actually running this. I'm not changing anymore right now, though. That's it. I don't think that part works. So let's expand that. And go like that. Okay. Got me, Mick. I can't see. Alright, so get back in here. We drop it in the right. And then we drop in the right. Right, full, eyelash, full. When I say full, I mean fully open. Okay, now we get into spiral, or into the eyes. We go cut. Right eye spiral. Eye right. Spiral. Eye right. Bop, bop, bop. That looks pretty smug. I think that'll be fine. Like, you won't tell because you're not going to see any of it. It's just a mask. Rare beast we have here. I mean, that is, like, when you do the... When the older comics were done, like, or manga and all that, like, eyes were pretty much just like, you know... You don't even shade the bottom on there. So it's like it's white all the way through, and you know it's an eye because it's just that. And like, you know, looking down, you have that. You don't even have a line down there. It's definitely a style. I've just not encountered it, so I'm a little befuddled. I did not think I would be trying to figure out how to do that today. Okay, drop that in there. Bop, bop. Save. Oh. Okay, I have everything. Okay, now let's get into... we could just have ears. We don't need to do that. These we need to dice up a little bit because I might want to have them lift, and it's easier to do it that way if I can actually, you know, have them be their own individual layer and do terrible, ugly things in cloning. I'm probably spelling sleeve wrong, but I don't care. Okay. And then we get down to arms. Left. I didn't have to draw hands today. You don't know how much that makes me happy. If only I didn't have to draw feet either, but they were in socks, so I don't have to care too much. Okay, yeah, these need to be split. I don't know if I'm going to be doing steppies. I don't know if I'm going to be doing anything exciting. She's a pretty chill character type. I don't know if she really is chill, but I go off the assumption that there is something to play up in the character. Otherwise, it keeps me up at night. Okay, shoe. There will be a shoe toggle. Very rare. Because I'm lazy. You don't become a programmer by not being lazy. You become a programmer because you want to automate your stuff away. By day, I yell at a screen. By night, I yell at a screen. Just for different reasons. Why doesn't it look right? Versus, or why doesn't it run like? Versus, like, why doesn't it look right? Okay, I'm going to stand up again for a bit. It's almost been 3 hours. I'm also going to check my mail. I think it's been here. Maybe throw something down my gullet. Be right back. Reminder. Snow blindness is a thing, and looking outside when the snow, looking straight outside in direct sunlight and snow is not fun. Also, I think I'm going to change up the BGM. This is sort of spooky, so let's go to sort of spooky. This is the one I went with before. This works. Technically, it's dark ambiance, but hey. Okay, we divided everything up. We have my... Oh, missed something. Maybe a little too action-packed. No. I do have winter. Nah. Back to my standard. Ooh. I mean, sour or sweet and sour watermelon gummy sounds like a pretty standard thing if you're going to use watermelon. I mean, I've had the, is it gush? Oh, wait, I never... Oh, I just realized something. I never outlined any of this skin. So let me fix that real quick. Or inlined. Inline it. Boop. Where are the arms? I took her arms off. Oh no. I don't think it's really going to matter. Okay, it does matter slightly. I never actually got an event calendar thing. Okay, I'm going to call this good. Hiding the screen for a second because... Oops, that's not it. I have to run the script that just tells every path on your machine. Okay, allow write access. Okay, now that it has been written, I can pop it open as soon as I can find it. I should be able to get it from here. Okay, into storage, into models, and this should be symbol pixel model. Open up the PSD. My script absolutely mangles the headers for this. Oh, do I not have repeat on? That's awkward. Did it crash? Did I close it? No, not right. Okay, repeat was off. Okay, image. Scale. Set its X and Y resolution to 300. Maximum, that makes sense. Increase the size of the image by... Let's see if I can get away with 16. I might have been over worrying about that before. This will definitely be a test. If it doesn't look right, I'll just double its pixel size. Okay, overwritten that. Close this down to save some memory inside this rig. Wait, where'd it go? Yes, I know its headers are screwed up. That's why I'm fixing them. That's the right eye. Yep, discard changes. Open up Live 2D. Play elevator music. Do I have elevator music, actually? I've bought in a lot of streamable stuff off of Humble Bundle. Because when you get like 80 gigs worth of music for like $20 that you can stream or use in games, I mean, like, why not? I like have 3 groups that I go from. So it's usually the ambience or monolith. Okay, we have this up. Now I drop in, literally. Drag and drop. Oh, I put it. That should be an S, not an X. How'd I typo something? That's unheard of. Okay, so first off, let's see if there's any weird edging going on. What I mean by that is that, like, these will butt up, like, you can kind of see it right here. I don't know why it's doing that, because that should all be the same thing. That should all be the head. One second, I screwed up something and I'll need to fix it real quick. That isn't coming from the blush. Okay, those are on the wrong layer. That's why. One second. To the void. Come back. Where are you on here? So we turn this off. Oh, that's from the ear? I think we might just have to live with that. But basically, because those two things are on top of each other, they decide to, like, do weirdness, and it's... well, it sucks. Oh wait, is that just a layering issue? Where's the ear on here? No, the ear is behind the face. Oh, it's doing it because it's right there. Eh. So it's right here because the ear is a separate thing, but they're lining up and it's going like, oh, we have to do some weirdness there. It's fine. I'll live. Nothing weird with that. Actually, let's turn everything on. Oh, that didn't work. One second, let me hit all the buttons. Boop, 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 boop. There's going to be some weirdness inherently with the eyelashes because it just happens. It always happens. But it's because there's another eyelash of the same color next to it, and that causes some fighting. But it goes away when you only have one of them on screen. Okay, that can go to the void. Let's just look around. See, like right here and right here. Those are butting up against each other. These are the ones that are just so weird to me. That it cuts through like that. But it goes away right here and that's fine. It's not too noticeable. This is because this goes up and goes over here. If I had that go across completely, it might have been fine. I don't know why I didn't do that, but... Yeah, I didn't think this would have much of an issue because most of it is light color on darker color. When it's dark color on light color, it just goes nuts. Like right here, you can see it just fighting all over the place, and a little bit here too. Right here. But as I said, this is because of eyelashes being weird. Something they haven't quite fixed. Anyways, let's begin the ritual. First off, we are going to make this be a medium mesh, or a standard mesh. We get the unholy dots. They're everywhere. Let's get the face set up so that I can stop thinking about all this stuff. So let me get eyes, eyelashes, eyebrows. Hair will be something else. Whoops, nope. Mouth, nose dot, blush. I guess blush is technically part of face, so I'll keep it on there, because it doesn't need to move around for any 3D effects. Okay. You are face warp. Throw you up there. You are front hair warp. Wait, what's going... Oh, that's the eyes. Okay. Front hair warp. And the cap's going to be slightly different because usually I have another layer on top, but I have to pay particular attention, so I'm going to make this be 7 by 7 because I might need to tweak it a bit more than I usually do. Hair warp. And these two can be the face warp. And I think these two are going to be merged, so let's do that. Twin tail warp. Ear warp. Face warp. And I should have put a... Darn it, I didn't make a secondary one. Let's just do that real quick and I'll import it. So what I didn't do was that, where's face? I can just click on here. So I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to call it face back. And I could use this for jaw stuff. So I'm going to select everything, going to invert this. And then I'm going to take a color darker than this. And just cover everything on it. So this is going to be a back plate that I can move a little bit to give a little bit of 3D depth to it. Anyway, going to save, going to export, going to... Oh, nope. Put on the thing. I think it's fine where I have it placed, but I never trust that this won't do weird stuff. Boop. Okay, now that I've done that, I come back in with GIMP. I import it, and I do the same process I did before, which is to say scale image times 16, 300. It's very important that it's exactly the same as the last one. Did I hit cancel? Did I click off? Oh yeah, I did. Okay. No, something went wrong there. I think I put a bad number in. 1 second. Let me just export Photoshop document. Boop, boop. I really need to get scenes set up. I am a very lazy person when it comes to that because I've been doing other things. It's been a very busy month. It's going to continue being a very busy month. Times 16. Yep, those are the right numbers now. I don't know what happened before. I must have fat-fingered something. Yeah. Now it's yelling at me that it's going to be too huge. You know what happens when you're huge. You have huge guts. Rip and tear those guts. Okay. Throw that away. Get this back up. And now, since this is effectively the same thing... Oh. I didn't actually fix it because I typoed the name again. Okay, once more to the GIMP breach. Okay. Get up here. Now we specifically open the model. I want to double check that I have a head back, or a face back. Yep, I have a face back. Scale the image. Okay. Everything's fine. Bring this in here. I select it, and I select replace. And I'm going to get one new thing in here. And as you can see, that's on top. It's in the head group. I do have that on screen. Yeah, I have it on screen. Also, I should probably make myself a little smaller. Nobody wants to look at that anyways. Okay. Alright, so we got it in here. So now what we need to do is drag this behind face. And there we go. And then we can just get rid of this folder hierarchy nonsense into the void. Save. Yep, discard that. That's not the right folder, as it always isn't. Okay, symbol, pixel model, symbol pixel model. Okay, so when my computer inevitably crashes, I have not lost all my work. And now I need to find the back of face, make that into a proper mesh, and we'll see if I need it or not. Back face warp. This is so when I do like leans, I can have it be the jaw, I can have it be the side of the head, whatever I feel like that day. Anyways, okay. Side lock warp. And now that I have a bunch of this junk grouped up, I'm going to select it all. I'm going to select the back hair. I'm going to select the twin tails. They're in here somewhere. They are, aren't they? Either way. Head warp. Okay, let me just check. Yep, everything. And that goes into a... So, I'm going to have a bit of a thing in here. I can't use any rotates, and I like to abuse rotates for positionals. You'll see why in like 2 hours. Neck warp. So, I'm going to be abusing the heck out of the modeling temporary deform tool rotate. Because that's how I'm going to be rotating everything. There's going to be no fixed point. I'm just going to have to guess it at the same time, everything. Okay, so we have some stuff grouped up. Let me cleanse some of the stuff, some of the parameters I'm not using. And then fix these up so that it's usable. I don't need eyebrow X. I don't need eyebrow. You know, I will actually keep eyebrow angle. That will be, I'll use it for like smiling detection with mouth form, and then I'll derive it to that. Okay, we got body X, body Y. Since she actually has kind of a like weird delayed movement, I think I am going to put positionals in there. So face, face position X. That's like -10 to 10. So I'm going to use straight up derived. Face position Y. Which gives it a certain feeling. And if I kind of like do it right, it might keep her kind of slow. In like slow as in like chill and not excited. Okay, and face position Z, which is how close you are to the screen. Or yeah, that's what face position is. Okay, now that I have those, I have to have derived face angles. Face angle X, which is going to be derived from -1 to 1. I can't spell angle right. Alright, param face angle X. And the body stuff I might actually change. But that's usually its own parameter anyways, but yeah, okay. Face angle Y. Face angle. What this does is it takes, instead of everything being based on direct input from the camera and parameters, it's going to now be derived through physics. So I can do a few things and tweak things and have things smooth a little bit more because it's all pendulum based at that point. I probably won't be that hard on it. Okay, let me group these suckers. Okay, you now have a folder. The folder is called Angles. Not to be confused with the Philosopher. That'd be a terrible thing. Okay, so body derive X. Live to VTuber Studio basically auto assigns body X, Y, and Z, so I don't need to remake. I don't need to make positionals for that. Oh wait, I just did. Anyways, body derived. This is what happens when you try to stream and talk and think. Terrible thing to think. Whoops, I put a space in there. Okay, yeah, so face position. Let's just, you're 1 to 10. Yeah, let's get rid of those. We aren't using it. So I bring face position, because that's actually what I'm tracking in here and want to use with it. So, okay, all those are grouped up. Now the eye stuff, we group that up. We push the magic button. I used to put folder on there. Not worth typing. I don't have a cheek on here. I'm not adding a cheek, so to the void it goes. Breathing I probably won't need. I probably honestly should put some breathing on these, but and derives. Yeah, get over here. I put these in the wrong place. Actually, no, no. I'll do something I never do. Subgroups. Can I subgroup these? I thought I could. Nope, I guess I can't. Oh well, they're next to angles, so everything's fine. And we create folder. Derived. And we also make that purple. Now, what else I need is a phonics, so... phonic... I, ram, voice I, and that's 0 to 1. I'll make my tower to power later. Phonic O, and that will be voice O, and tower to power that later. Okay, everything's set up for me to begin working on all this. So first is first, I get these things set to 0 opacity. I get the blush to be inverse to them. So this will be a culling mask. And they will be culling to all this. Okay, and then I get the left eye. Speaking of which, I should probably put these into a thing. Left eye warp. Right eye warp. Okay, so now that I have these, I grab these and then I cull them to the right eye masks. Both of them. And as you can see, they have been culled. And now they only exist when those masks are around. I will have to do a bit of trickery for the eye stuff, but that will come when it comes. Okay. I have that. And I can begin doing the closed eyes. So right closed eye toggle, because it only turns on and off. Left eye closed toggle. It only turns on and off. Then I grab the mid and full for the right eye, because I'll do a little trick with that. Right eye open toggle. In fact, I will put the right eye group in there, because it keeps everything nice and clean. And then left eye open toggle. I don't know if there's any efficiency saves if I do it some other way, but hey, here's where I'm at. So I grab all these folders, and then I do the most terrible thing and set their opacity to 0. And the eyes go away. And as you can see, oh, you can't see the top of that because it hasn't moved yet. So even though these are at 0, they still cull. I mean, if I move this up... Did I not add it correctly? I'll live. Okay, anyways. Set this to here. Let's go with 1.5 today. So all the closed ones are set up on that. So 100. Y. 100. Y. 100. Eldred. What's right eye doing? Oh, you should be 100. What did I do? Yeah, okay. Okay, we have both these selected, and I don't know why I selected that one that way, but it's fixed now. Oh, I have you. Okay. You're just always on. There we go. Okay, so we have all these. Go into here. Shrink that gap. Okay, now that I have that, we can do mid and full, which are going to be very interesting things in a second. And I'm going to move the masks into here as well, though it's not really going to matter because their position is still keeping everything going even though they're on, even though they're like turned up to 0 opacity. So I'm not going to go into full stuff. I'm just going to do that. I should put them in like toggles, but they aren't in toggles because I am lazy. Drop that in here. About 3.5. 3.5 sounds fine. The lower half of that... Oh, no, what did you do? The lower half of that will be mids. Doesn't matter on that side, but I have to make sure that both ends of the parameter are on or off in this case. If I was doing a fade, I wouldn't care, but I'm not doing a fade. Okay, now we adjust this to be 0.351 so that it's right next to that. And I didn't click off it, and even though you change it and hit apply, it doesn't actually do it until you click off to somehow confirm that you hit that. So now they close like that. Now, the secret sauce is that for both the open masks, because I don't need to care about the mid ones, because nothing's being covered up on those ones, but for the mid mask, or for the full masks, I will have it set up that it shall completely fit within there. So without a shadow of a doubt, it will work properly. And I will adjust this to be 0.35 because that is where it goes. And once again, I have to click off it to apply it. It's just live 2D things. Okay, click off it, apply it. Yep, I know that they're missing a thing at the end. Are you happy now? They're happy. So as you can see, something's off. 1 second. Oh, I'm silly. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to adjust to put this one at 0.351 so that it's fully open right next to when it starts changing. Once again, I must click to apply it. It drives me a bit batty, but I'll live. Okay, pop that over. Yep. Now there's a very harsh... It instantly changes. And you can see the rest of the blush that I had now, because the mask is no longer on top of it. So now that I've done all this, I have to select all the things that work on the right eye and move it over to the actual right eye. So change eye open right. Okay, let's see that we got everything on there. Yep, looks like it. Okay, and while I'm here, let's do eyebrows. Eyebrows. Right eyebrow Y. Left eyebrow Y. Why am I doing that? Because I'm going to have the eyebrows be able to turn a little bit. Are these on 1? Yep, they're on 1. That's perfectly fine. Okay. So, left eyebrow. Sorry. Let's move it down a pixel. Let's move it up a pixel. Okay, let's move you to the right eyebrow. Okay. I should also probably put toggles on early. Spiral eye toggle. Gram. Spiral. Okay. You are not in there. Please get out of there. Thank you. Please go below it. Can I put you above it? There we go. Then we make a new folder called toggles, which I'm going to have like 3 things in. Okay, let me grab both these spiral eyes. Where's the other one? There's the other one. Okay, set you to 0. Boop. Not on you, on you. Okay. And the same trick as always. Make sure the same on both sides. And then put the, they call it value adjustment, as close as possible, and make sure you click on something else. I'm batting 1,000 today on that. Okay. Now they can toggle off. I guess I have started rigging, and I'm rigging the face. Either way. Okay, on to mouth, which is going to be an interesting thing. I said Tower of Power earlier, and that's where this comes from. So, first off, we have mouth eye and not mouth eye. So, not eye toggle. And this will be eye toggle. So this makes the assumption that you have phonics turned on. Oops, I did not do that right. Okay. You get a class 25%, it's going to assume that you are doing this one. Oh, I didn't set that opacity to 0. Oh, that's because O's on there. I'm like, what the heck was that? And on this side, it's going to be 0. Or it's going to be 100. My bad. And this side, it's going to be 0. Okay. You don't really see it too much, but maybe in motion it'll work better. Is nose in there? Did I grab the nose? Oh no. Nose is on smile layer, that's why. Well, we could fix that. Or on close. Boop. And nose cause problems. Okay. Oh, 1 second. And we use a script to export this. Okay. Turn this back on. Go into the folder. Get rid of the last one that's misnamed. Update the one that is named. And deal with the terrible fallout that I messed everything up. Okay. Gimp, do your stuff. Image scale times 16. 300. None. Scale. Image is huge. Yes. Overwrite. Close to save half a gig of memory. Go into Live 2D. Drag and drop. I would like to replace. Replace. Now I have the nose. Nose can go down right above eye group. Nose can be brought up here. Sorry. Okay, and I might have to screw around with textures. So, close mouth. Simply go in here. And then I delete this. So I'll go boop. Whoops, nope, not like that. Delete is huge. Okay, I need to make this like... How do I set the radius on this? What the... That's still like 500. What is going on here? This should not be like this bad. Okay, fine. Just let me grab them and hit the delete key. Weird. Okay, boop. Now I get the other closed mouth and I do the same thing. Boop. Everything's fine now. Yep, throw out the old meshes, throw out the stuff we don't care about, and we can move on with our day. Okay, so now that we have the iPhonic that it toggles on, we get teeth that we can barely see. Otherwise, we have blue mouth. So we go down to here, and then we go O toggle. And because we have O toggle, we have not O toggle. And this is where I get the Tower of Power from, because it's all based on this stack of stuff. I've tried it in other ways, and this is the least silly, because you can just look at it and go, okay, I can follow this logic. Before, I would have them all be in their own separate little thing. But if I just stack them, I don't have to duplicate anything. I don't have to worry about anything being detected wrong. Okay, and then I merge these together. And the final one is just going to be live 2D tracking mouth open. So I will have mouth closed toggle and mouth open toggle. And then on those two, which I'm not going to make subdivisions for, I'm just going to have it be tracking the mouth form. Set those both to 0. Oh, wait. Something terrible happened. I didn't smush these right. 0.251, hit enter, hit OK. Okay, there we go. So, mouth close toggle. We go up here to mouth open. And I guess we'll do the same. Oh, well, select both of them. Got to make sure, because it's working on both of these. Select 25. Mouth closed. 100. Mouth closed. 100. Mouth open. 100. 100. .251. Bam. And now for this one. Since mouth form goes right side is smiling, left side is frowning, I can work on this. So these can be both 0. Put it in here and we will... Whoop, that's not it. That's not the one. There you go. So we'll say at like negative 0.1. Just so like the default is smile. So that will be 100. Something is off, but I'll fix that in a second. One of them I have flipped somewhere. Because right now it's mouth is open and we're getting the O phonic. Yeah, it's not supposed to be happening. Okay, so negative 0.099. Okay, so what's going on for O? So not O. I have it backwards. Of course I have it backwards. Okay, and select the other side of that. Hit 0. Hit 0. There's no gradient. I have it backwards. 0. 0. Select the other side of it. Hit 100. Hit 100. Okay. Now, let's go to the eyes to get our actual look around, because this is Anime Girl. Your eyes must move around. Go up to eyeball X. Nothing. The only problem is I usually use the pupils to figure out what I should be doing with this. I have nothing to work with here. So I'm just going to say good enough. Oh, this was supposed to be an easy day for me. I was wrong. Look, she has round eyes. There's actual roundness on the eyes. Okay, synthesize me some corners. No, that's mirroring. Sorry. Synthesize me some corners. Okay, let's check them synthesize corners. Okay, let's check it at eye mids. She looks very smug, and she's not supposed to be a smug type, but Anime Girl with slightly closed eyes becomes the smuggest thing you've ever seen. It's just a law. Alright, I'm going to stand up for a second, blow my nose, but while that's running, you can just enjoy what very little I've worked on. Oh, this was not supposed to be like one of these 8-hour ones. It's always possible. I always bite off more than I can chew. But anyways, I will be right back. Because all the glitchiness is checked by volume and frequency of the voice, I could activate it from across the room, which was funny. Okay. Legs extended. I guess we get into head tilt territory, which is, you know, the #1 pain. Excuse me. I'm trying to look for the face. There it is. So what we need to do is get the tilts in. And I tend to go like, let's say about here's good. And we cut this down. I guess maybe we cut this down a little bit more. So I at least want some of the eye over there. I mean, the hair is going to be moving as well, but... So like so. And then we mirror it across. We're not on the actual base of the face yet, so we get this weirdness for the moment. Let's get full open eyes. Oh, wait a second. Right eye open, what you doing? Because you're still on left. I did not move you correctly. Well, good thing I caught that now, because it usually gets painful to figure out what the heck I'm doing later. Okay, anyways. Now back to the face warp again. So left, right, up, down. So move this a bit down. And for a little bit of flavor, I will actually do some perspective on it. Just enough to say I did. And I will mirror it across the x-axis, the y-axis. I had to think there for a second. So now, whoop, whoop. That's a little too much whoop. So it goes down. Goes down like a pixel. Then we go up like a pixel. Let's make it 2. Yeah, we'll just go like this for now. The real pain is going to come in a second. So we're going to synthesize them corners. The corners are synthesized. So we go up now. Now I tilt this to look up. We got a 30-degree angle. And then I mirror it to the other side, across the y-axis. So whoop, whoop. Okay. So now I have this. Now I have it look down. And I will tilt this to be about 30 degrees. And then I will mirror it across the y-axis. Now it looks weird because the face is not following, and I don't have this all rigged with the face because I have to warp the face a little bit at times to keep the jawline looking right. So I don't move it on the main face warp. I know, it makes very little sense. But 'tis is how it works. Actually, this should be a face base warp. Okay, so now that I have that, this moves over. And I affected this by squishing it. Going like so. Like so. Sad part is I can track all this by the blush, though I think I might just have to move the blush on this because I don't want to like really change this line too much. And as you can see, the back of head is putting in work by giving us like some fake chin going on. I'll probably play with it a little bit, but we'll see. Okay, anyways, up and down. Tilt this just a little bit. And then move everything up to chase. Squish the chin a little bit. Nah, I guess I don't actually need to do that. Just a little bit more. Make sure that mole's in the right place. Okay. Synthesize some corners. Now here's where it's pain. Now I have to match the angle. This is getting stretched to heck. Okay, one second. Let me get this back to factory default. I think I messed something up. Turn this way. Move this way. Squish that a little bit. Expand that out. Make sure that it works. Squish it a little more. Yeah, I think I'm just going to have the blushes slide on their own. So I'll get to that in a minute. Or not. That's what back ahead is for. That said, I might need to have the ears come forward, which is going to be interesting, but it'll be something new. Okay, get this. Have this go down. And then have this go up. Just a bit more. Okay. Synthesize me some corners. Up like this, and once again, I need to match the tilt. Good enough. Flip that across. Whoops, need to select it actually. It's yelling at me. At least it doesn't make the annoying beep. For all I can complain about in Live 2D, it does not make the beep every 5 seconds when you mess something up. Okay. Tilt this down. Because you'd be hearing the beep a lot, and I'd be hearing the beep a lot, and I would not be happy. Okay, let me unselect that. Okay, got it reasonably working. Have to have blush be its own thing, which is fine. I think I just need to work on it on the x-axis, though. So to go over like this. And I need to squish this in a little bit. Oh, I need to squish that in a lot. Okay, let's turn this off for, select off of it for a second. Off, I don't want to select anything. Okay, that's fine. Maybe I do need it on the blush layer, on the base layer. Okay, so we're going to delete that. We're going to reset everything to default. And then we're going to move this into face wrap. Oop, not that. Tilting's a little off. As you can see, like, so we go from here, please. Then we tilt up, and it looks like the jaw's moving more than everything else. So we have to fix that. But good thing I just have it centered. I'm not doing anything fancy. Okay, motion across. Whoop, whoop. Okay, that looks fine enough. Look down. Those lines are about right. It'll look odd when I look down. This might just be an instance of, need to squish that over. Same thing selected. Bring it to about there. Okay, so we go down. Think that's the button? Nope. Is that the button? Nope. And we flip that across. Okay. And then we go up like this. And we flip that across. It's so strange not having any white ties. The back of head is pulling a lot of weight. I'm glad I threw that in there. I'll have to fix some of it up, but working quite well right now. Not bad for almost 4 hours of work. Maybe it is. About standard for me. Okay. Anyways, next part we want to work with, as I said before, is the back of face warp. And it's not fey, though it might be, depending on how much I screw this up. So I think I need to bring in the head a little bit here. And I think ears need to be ahead of back ahead so that I can just like slot them in when I need to. But that's in 5 minutes. Not right now. Motion mirroring. Can mirror that. Okay. Up and down. I don't think I'll be needing to do anything on there. Maybe a little bit of this. Okay, now where pain begins, synthesize some corners. Once again, just need to level it out with this. Good thing there's a bunch of grid lines. I think my mail is just delivered. Whoop. Helps if you select that. Okay, so bring that down. Once again, rotate to win, spin to win. Okay, let's get to ear warp because that's totally going to be a thing that it looks like. Okay, so tilt this way. Bring this forward. Right here. That looks fine. I'm going to have to turn off the side lock of the hair. Break this into like here maybe. I thought for a second I had a hole in there, but I forgot she had a mole. Moly, moly, mole. Okay, motion that across. Yeah, let's keep that off till I get this over. Go like that. And tilting up is squishing up. to emphasize some corners. And now we have to rotate. We spin to win. Hopefully it'll be hidden. Oh. And I'll get up in a second once we hit the 4-hour mark to check mail before I get porch. I am selecting them. Oh. Motion mirroring. Womp, womp. Okay, now we select the whole thing again. We rotate it to fit with everything. We mirror it across. Okay. I think this is the most involved ears I've ever done on a model so far. Like, discounting, you know, like physics, but actually position as face moves. Let's just see what this looks like. Not bad. Okay. Alright, so I think for the last thing on here, I need to get the eyebrows. Do I want to have them tilted or not? I think I do. Okay. Eyebrow tilt. Right eyebrow tilt. And I'm going against it, and I'm just going to go straight off mouth form. Okay. So, temporary deform, get rotation, drag it over to here. Since SAT is down, SAT is down. And then, since this has -1 plus 1, I can reflect it. Maybe not. Nope. Redo that. Redo that. Okay. And then once again, go into temporary deform tool, rotate. Drag this over here. And then just go like up a little bit. Okay, now that I have this, copy it, throw it into Face Warp, put everything on default values, grab the sucker, hit flip and pray. Yes. Okay. It worked. Now that I have this, I will name this to... Wait. Nope. Okay. Copy. And paste it. Okay, so that fell in there. Drop it in here. And because it's in a warp that properly covers everything, I could flip it. Yeah, okay. Everything's coming through. Drop it in the left one. Call it left eyebrow tilt. It's very important that everything is on defaults, or else it's going to accept whatever weird layer you have it in. So now, she's mad. She's happy. She's mad. She's happy. She's mad. She's happy. And in a varying direction of the two. Perfect. I'm going to let this thrash a little bit while I check the mail. Be right back. Put this up here again. Alright. Oh, I'm floating. Wait a second. That's not the right thing? There we go. I think that's all working out better than it has any right to, but that's usually how my stuff goes. Now then, I would say that head rigging is done. Body rigging. So as I said before, I don't think she's a wiggly girl. I don't think she's the sassiest of girls. Maybe I should watch some more of her just chatting, but I don't think so. So, sorry. Okay, I was scared. I thought I didn't split the sleeves. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the right arms together. Right arm warp. And I'm going to just start getting everything properly set up. Then I'm going to also make a jacket toggle to toggle between long sleeves and jacket, or arm warmers and jacket. Yeah, these are extra puffy compared to the jacket. So I think the jacket probably should have longer, but it's what we have now. So I'm not going back to change it. Okay, left jacket. Left arm warmer. Left arm warp. Okay, and all these are going to be selected. Turn to 0. And be thrown on this toggle. So jacket is default, so jacket will be 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. And we will, in the tradition, 0.501, hit enter, hit OK, and then we will select the jacket and the jacket back as soon as I can find it. Set those to 0. Put those on here. Whoops, set it to 100. Set it to 100. Smush this together. 0.501, hit enter, hit OK. And then I'm going to take these and call this the main jacket warp so that I can put physics on it later. Or any movement that I deem fit. So now we can go whoop, 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 whoop. Also going to have shoe toggle. Select the shoes. First I'm going to put these into the proper groups as soon as I could find left leg. There it is. And I'm going to put this into right leg group warp. Okay, now that I have them separated, I can select shoes. Default is on for shoes, but I still set this to 0 anyways. Okay, 1 second. There we go. Don't trim. Okay, there we go. Let's take a glug of water, actual water, not the nectar of the gods. Okay, so now shoes can appear or disappear. Keep them off for a second. I will make a leg warmer toggle. Leg warmer toggle. I should make hands. I'm not going to for right now though. If somebody brings it up, I will think about it. Okay, set to 0. $100. Visible. Visible. And then I, as usual, set that up. So now we can toggle everything on or off. Okay. So she definitely needs to have some leans. So when face position is over here, okay, we're going to go with body derived X. So I'm going to try and get this into a main body group in a second after I close these down so I can actually work properly with this. So we have neck warp, which is in body. And I think we can just select everything. Yeah. Main body warp. Now then, we are going to have a top body version. So we're going to grab top of this, the neck, and the arms, as well as the jacket, I guess. I guess jacket, since it's so long, I might have to do its own thing. But anyways, top lean X. So when body is derived this way, we're going to consider it a lean. If I move this, the head moves, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, do I not have body in there? I don't. Okay, get in there. I don't think it's going to matter. Either way. Let's try a little bit of cheat to win. So, we do this. Oh, the collar isn't in there. Whop. Yeah, you're probably going to be in there. How's that look with jacket on? Okay, that's fine so far. Okay, and let's get some of that head to turn a little bit more. Nudge you over slightly. As I said, she's more of the calm type, so I don't think she should be flinging herself all over the place. Okay, I think that works. Now then. Body Y. I tend to do this because I find it just kind of makes things look better. A little bit of up. Should I... see, can I find a place where I can see a pixel? Yeah, that's fine. I think if I turn the jacket off... okay. Turn the jacket off. Then I can... move this up like this, and I'll have to do something with the lower dress. Which is, it happens. Okay, so back to derived Y. And we will stretch out the top layer like so. Actually, I think we could just move the entire layer. It is coming off the shoulders, so go up. We just move the dress up. I can't move it too far up because I don't have any sort of underwear on her. Terrible thing to say, but it is the truth. Wait, why is back collar? Oh, I didn't move back. Back collar, get in there. I should, but I... okay, I think that's fine. And I think for going lower, I'll have... Yeah. Go a pixel down. And the lower dress can go like a pixel down. Follow suit. And generally I have like the head go a pixel down. But I'm going to do some other things in a minute because I need to do the lean in, which is coming in for body derived Z. Which is going to be very interesting, but yes. Oh, it breaks here. Okay. So I am going to need to have some body Z on this. Or lean Z. First off, default everything. Always default. I could put them all under the same layer, but this gives me the most control, and the control is what I need for this. So, goes like this. All I need to do is match this up. That should be fine. There'll be some physics for the skirt, you know, moving around. Maybe, just maybe. Okay, yeah, I think that's fine. Copy. Paste. Flip. Okay, and we'll call this the left leg warp. We might have to do weird things again later, but for now, just don't. It's just a bit of shuffle, not a full step. That said, well, if I wanted to go full scale, I'd move like the whole body over, like... Okay, let's move the left and right leg out of the main body warp. This will be the body X. So this will shift over like 2 pixels. Oh, nope, nope, I didn't put the thing on there. There we go. Very subtle. Like 2 pixels. Let's flip that. I'm separating the main groups so that I can do this little trick. Everything on default. This is going to be leg warp. And this is mostly going to be container for the both of these. So this shifts to the right. And I can skew this a little bit. And this should be pushed out a bit more. Okay, so now that I have this, default everything. And as I said, I might be doing this again, but this should be fine because it has been fixed that I was following some old things. So it flips itself. I don't need to flip the container on top there unless it is a rotational, which are painful, terrible things to flip. But I do it out of love and spite. Not sure which one works better. So I'd use both. Okay. Well, one of these needs to flip. Okay. So, you are backwards. Reflect on your actions. Just keeping the, you know, the weight, right? Nothing too extreme. Now for the arms, we will put these into a warp. For similar things in a minute. And generally when I go up and down, when I have these go up and down, I like to have the arms go out and go in. It's just something I do. It adds life to it. Nobody can stop me. Okay, so let's go right here. And since this is down, oh, that's a deform. That was not rotate. Model. Rotate. It helps if I have it selected. And it helps if I put in the 3 dots. So I don't mess up this thing. Oh, this is main arm warp. My bad. Okay, there we go. Model. Ba 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 ba. Rotate. And put this right here. This should be fine. It's not going to be an extreme one, so I don't need to be like overly caring. It helps if I don't hit OK. I'm too used to confirming everything. Okay, so control click, drag this over here to about armpit. And go down, we rotate this up like, you know, a little bit to be cute. And then over here, we go down a little bit. Okay. So you go up, arm goes down, you go down, like that. Now we copy this, we paste this, we flip this. We don't need to do anything with the derived Y because that's an up and down sort of thing. Okay, so now we have left arm, and we throw everything in there. And because the jacket layer's on there too, we get that for free. So we switch over to jacket, or the arms on there. And our derived body, we go down, up, go down. We've got a little bit of wiggle on there. Okay. Now for pain, which is lean Z, which is lean towards the camera, and that's half her gimmick because of fisheye. So on top of this entire thing, I am going to have lean Z warp. So this is away from camera. I'm not going to do too much with that. Towards camera. That said, I can cheat a lot and use perspective. Sorry, I'm braining. Okay, perspective. Okay, so we pull these out a bit, and then we squish this. Maybe not. Okay, I think I need to do everything but the head. So we get arms, we get main jacket, we get all this, but neck stays in there. We'll do something specific with the neck when we get to it. So, lean Z. As said before, we go over here, we run perspective. Does that look right? Okay, let's get to it in a minute. And all lean Z is going to do, it's funny, for the head, is that it's going to... Oh wait, I didn't fix that for this. Let's turn that off right now. The long hair is the part that's getting me. And then... select everything. Make everything larger. Move this down, because, you know, we're leaning in. And then we perspective all the hair back here. Yeah, I think we'll have to do it separately. Leans are horrific things. And this is where I think we get out the distort, or the perspective tool. Okay, so it's right about there. Kind of has the effect. Okay. We could do the script. Oh wait. Okay, so we have that. This should be body, so I stop confusing myself. Okay, so first off, we need to squish down so the neck is like right here. So we go forward. And this... Is it too big? Possibly. Let's grab this and let's perspective it and see if we can't get what we need. Wow, is this even... Okay. Just not doing much from there. Okay. I think for arms... we might want to shrink them slightly. So, whoop. Hair is still getting longer. So where was my hair, Lindsay? Actually, what does it look like with jacket on? Doesn't look too off. Maybe it would have been better. Okay, let's clear it. Better if we just moved these up a little bit. Whoops, I'm not clicking the right thing. Okay. The hair was the other one I wanted to figure out. Get into this, because down here. I should try to unperspective it a little bit. So use perspective to unperspective. I could drag these out till they're about flat. Okay. Head warp. I'm going to put that at a Y so that I can have a little bit of derived Y on here too. So you go up, we go up like a pixel or two. And then we go down. Go down a pixel or two. A lot more movement. Okay. I'm going to just let it thrash for a bit and see what it looks like, if there's any problems. Then we can start getting into physics stuff for the arms, or for all the wiggly bits. And then we could go to hair, which is going to suck. I know it looks kind of weird now, with, like, the head tilt and none of the hair moving, but it's best to do this in some order. And most of the life comes from the body moving, in my opinion. So I'd like to get that in there. I think it's moving pretty all right. The hair is really like standing out, but it is until it isn't. Okay. Dress bottom. Oh, I'm going to do this to myself, aren't I? Time for double layer physics. Okay. So, dress base. Dress base. Because this looks much better than like the normal sort of one. So we have that. And then we have dress sub. Dress sub. And what this is going to do... Second. Dress base physics. Is that it's the macro movement. So like this is swish over this way, which I am going to use with the most disgusting of distort. Going to tilt this slightly and squish it. But otherwise, this is what I want. Rotate it over. Okay. Grab the middle and move this over a little bit to help with the illusion. So it isn't just, you know, flat cardboard. Okay. And on that same vein, squish this in slightly. Okay. Now for the sub layer, which is where I get like twisting and stuff in here. Dress sub physic. I have a vendetta against any pluralized variable name. Anything that you can use a plural on, you can just tell what type of object set it is. Okay, so as I said, this is going to be where it all like twists. First, we're going to do like this, and then we're going to move it over, and then we're going to twist this a bit more, push it up. Whoop. Twist a bit more and push down. I'm going to ease this a little bit more because the pixels are telling me a story that I don't like. There we go. So now this will go like this. Cross. Okay. Dress hem lift. Dress hem lift, which will go on top of all this. And I'm just going to use this as a bit more. Go up. We pull this down a little bit, and we perspective it. You might have this backwards, but either way. Then we go up. And we have it flare out with perspective. Otherwise, the rest in the middle. I think maybe a little bit of... Grab these and just a little bit of rounding. Okay. Might be a little much, but better to overshoot than undershoot and just tweak the physics. Okay, so we got that. Now we need to have these wiggle a bit. Start with the arm warmers. Okay, and once again, arm warmer base, arm warmer base, and arm warmer sub, arm warmer sub, and as I'm doing it for the dress hem, I should do it for this, arm warmer lift, arm warmer lift. Okay, so we get both of these to have it because I'm just going to work across both of them. Okay. Select these two. Big macro movement. So moving to the left, just like this. This one's going to be a bit more. Just have this, these parts, oops, shear. So go in here, temporary deform, distort, and just get a little of that. Okay, now that I have that, I can just reflect across because they are the same. Okay, and then left arm warmer sub physic. We'll need to do the same for the jacket, so yeah. Also going to need to do it for like set up the physics for the hems or for yeah. Sorry, I'm braining. It's hitting about the 5-hour mark. Okay, so this way, this version twists it, or at least twists it a lot more. This is going to be a little lesser on this end. I always think covering the main body is kind of a thing you should avoid. Unless you really can. Okay, motion mirroring. Wait. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm screwing something up. Okay. Yeah, I just need to do one. Okay. Let me just do this all on the left arm, and then I'll be able to flip it over to the right. Okay, so I have this. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. I want to Control-Shift... Get these selected, Control-Shift-C, and then Control-Shift-V. Nope. V. I was thinking they're all in the same layer because I'm quite braining right now. So I'll just flip these over when I'm done with it. Where's the middle of this? Okay. This one. So once again, select it all. Control-Shift. Whoop. And then I can paste over the vertices because, well, they are the same thing. Now this, I twist. Okay, and then for him, this goes on top of all of it. Left arm, warmer, lift. So this is going up, or well, it's going down, so it lifts up. First off, push it up a little bit. And then squish this slightly. And going down, basically just elongate a little bit. A little perspective for flavor. And there we go, we got ourselves a full stack. Now, can I just copy these and flip it correctly? Copy. That should work. Paste. Now if I hit flip, nope, did not work. I flip these. Flip them one at a time. Oh, they're in the left arm, that's why. Okay. We get the tower set back up. Drag them up here. Now, if I flip them, everything fine. Move this into right arm. Move the jacket sleeve to the bottom. Did I have everything set to default? Because that's looking a bit tilted. Second, that's definitely off. Model reset to default. I know there's a way to do that now. Edit. I could flip it if I really wanted to. Modeling, temporary deform. I want to look this up real quick. Live 2D reset model mesh to default. Edit form and revert to origin. Edit. Not seeing it. Reverse clipping. Excuse me, I will be right back. Am I looking at the wrong spot? So this is definitely skewed. Live 2D, art mesh, revert to original. Object, not edit. Well, where's object? Sorry for taking some time on here, but I need to... Wait, is it up here? Bulk. Verse. I've seen it before, and I know it's a thing. Oops. But yeah, this is screwed up because I moved it out of something while it was in a state. Oop. Okay, I have the object selected. Flip, guide, undo. Is it on here? I'm going to have to look up a YouTube because this is the standard problem. Oh, you just simply use this one thing and then this one other thing, and they aren't actually using the name or multiple things have that name. 1 second. Somebody has to have YouTubed it. That's 4 years old. This is a newer feature. Live 2D, revert mesh to origin. Okay, this is a live 2D one. Revert to original. There we go. It's under modeling edit form, because that makes sense. Okay, modeling edit form. Revert to original. There we go. Where's the last one? Okay, let's just do this over again. So we grab these 3. Copy. We paste. We drag into the lean because it has both of them. Then we select all of them. And we go flip. And we flip those parts. They're all over here. We drag it all into right arm. And then we put arm warmer at the end. And then we name these all right. So I don't confuse myself for it later. And yes, I could combine some of these, but since I have 3, I don't want to think in 3 dimensions. And the sub one is made to work independently. Okay, so let's check. It wiggles. It bends a little. It lifts. Okay. We'll save. Technically, we could just do the same thing with use the same one for the jacket. It'd just be slightly different. Honestly, I think, yeah, I might as well go full out. Okay, so select the left jacket sleeve. We'll have this one be left jacket physic. We'll just use the same ones. I'm not making a whole nother parameter. Grab this. Move it over a little. Move it over a little. Move it over a little. Rotate it maybe. Yep. A little bit of rotate. Okay, cool. Left jacket sub physic. And this is, the reason why I do this is that it adds a lot more variety to how it moves. And compared to just like putting it all on one parameter, it allows the fact that it's a double physic to really pull its weight. I'm going to need to do this for the hair as well. My hell is not over yet. Imagine how much work I'd do if I was actually paid for one of these. It's terrible to think about. Okay, and this needs to twist more. Twist, I say. A little bit more, actually. Okay, and then we add a lift, which is to say it flapping up and down. So I always get them mixed up. Down is up, left is down. Because left is body going down. Okay, now we got all these. Expand, copy, copy, copy. Set everything to default so I don't play any weird games again. Paste. Move into the lean. Whoops, that's not it. Move into here. Okay, maybe I was, and it's just... Wait, what the heck is it doing? Okay, it's just selecting weirdly to confuse me. Okay. Flip, sub, and base, yes. Over there. Now we move this into right arm. Throw the jacket down there. And start renaming these. Spectre was being a bit weird there for a second. Okay, cool. Now then, for the actual jacket itself, do we have jacket back? Yep, okay. And we'll have a jacket physics main. You know the drill. Okay, have that. Going to just use and abuse the distort a little bit. Oh, I have to hit OK. There you go. And a little bit more of distort abuse. Okay, I'm going to pull this up a little. I'm going to squish this in a little. I'm going to pull this over. And then I'm going to flip it. Okay, I'm going to add sub, jacket, sub, physics. Jacket, sub, physics. Okay. Grab these two again. And it's sub physics time. Which is to say, more curvy. Okay, so this is set to default. Grab this. Oop. So I'm going to grab that, curve it up a little, squish it. Tilt this in, move it over, extend it, but squish it this way to conserve. A little bit more here. Wrap these two, I think. Yeah, that's stuff. Reflect that. Okay, and then add a lift just like before. I still haven't got to head tilts for hair. Okay. Physics means working on all the physics. Jacket. Lift. So this is pretty much going to be exactly like the skirt. Oops. I might need a... Let me just zoom in there right there and fix this before it gets any weirder. So let's keep that in the jacket. I don't want to make meshes, masking mesh for that today. Just... There we go. And jacket lift. Oh, I didn't actually get to that yet. Let me select you. That'll get me near enough. Yeah, there we go. So they're basically going to be on the same one. So lift goes up. Left goes up. Remember that script. Left goes up. So squish this up. And pull it out a little bit. And then perspective it. And going down, stretch it a little bit, and then perspective it the other way. Maybe even shrink down here. This does go over stuff. Yeah, it goes over. Okay, so up here, maybe even have this hover up just a little bit, because that's funny. Okay. Now for the sock, or for the leg warmers, which I'm not going to have a sub, they don't move enough. But I will derive the ribbons from them. Okay, so go to leg warmers. Leg warmer physic. Or left. The brain is hurting. It tells me to stop and go to sleep for an hour or so. But I'm not going to. Right leg warmer. A little bit of actually, why am I doing two? I just need to do one. I'm doing the thing again. I'm just going to clone it anyways. Okay, and the other way. Barely any movement because like all the loose stuff is on this side. Okay, so copy, throw that into leg warp. I said throw that into leg warp. Flip it. Flip that part. Rename it left. Bring that down here. Bring leg warmers into that. Also, technically, the ribbon should be in there as well. Does that make it look awful? A little bit. Okay, just going to do the best. Right leg ribbon. Physic. You might sub-physics this. I think I said I was going to do that, but... Okay. We're just going to use distorts on this. Okay, I think maybe it's just more a little too extra on that part. It's fine. I'm not going to be able to have the things like turn or anything anyways. Okay, left. Oh, I didn't flip it. What am I doing? Okay, now flip you. Oop. Okay, so, whoop, whoop. Okay, let's just let this thrash for a minute. The physics aren't on there, so might look wild as they kind of just move around. Okay, we're up. Anything else I could think of? Ah, the collar. That's not going to twist and bend all that much, but I want it to move a little. Okay, so we put a warp on you. Call your collar physics. Physic. And this one's going to be just rather simple. And we could do this all with a distort. Oh wait, I need to put it over here first because I messed up. Distort. Like that. Horizontally. Just a little bit. And now I should... Oh, I forgot to do the head rotate all stuff. Okay. So first off, let's get to the head. The main head warp. Head angle Z, which is rotate. So we get up here, we go to face angle Z. These should be technically on there. I'll move them later. It's going to be a bit of a pain because these are ones. Either way. Boop. On this. And we go into... First off, we need to move this over like here. Then we need to get into the temporary rotate and put it like right here. And then we get to do this. Then we flip it. Okay, now that we did that, we get to do the same for neck. Rotate, which also rotates everything else. Except, I don't like, how should I put it? I don't move the neck as much. Okay. Anything else I can think of? Nope. Besides doing a million ribbons, which I'm not going to do. Nope. I'm going to change this to -1. Change this to 1. And then change that to face angle X. Select everything. Okay, we're going to adjust. So -1, 1. And then we change to face angle Y. No, that's position, not angle. Nope, it's change, not adjust. I know, they're very different things. I don't know why I get confused on them. Okay. Now that's all been fixed up. Okay. I think the body's been rigged. Now to hair. The first things first. I have to get this to properly move around. Then I have to put physics on it. So this is going to be the warp. We're going to do on face angles. So first thing first, slide it over here. Squish it a little bit. Move this bit over. Okay. Flex it across. Looking good. Now then. Down. Up. Now synthesize me some corners. And we get to do rotates. And try to match this up. Okay. Is this weird or not? Reflect. Might be the best we get, though. Okay. I do have a back hair, but I don't have some. Okay, we'll just do the hair, these next. And if I have to import anything more, I'll make it and import it. Okay, so first off, move everything over here, and then begin the squish. I think that's the move, though this gets a little iffy in here. Whoops. Little 2D rotate, but I mean, pixel sprite, what do you expect? Let's, the warps, yeah, let's do a 9. 9. That becomes 6. How does that look? Could also just move them a bit. Keep them a bit fuller. Oh, you didn't come along. There we are. Good enough. Not spending 3 hours on it. Not today. There's other things I can spend 3 hours on. Okay, synthesize the corners, and then we get into pane. So this is going to be the one where it kind of might break on how I think I should. Okay, so we tilt up. Can I just tilt and it looks fine? Well, I mean the head is tilting, so should. We're going to have to use a rotate at a different point. What do you think? No, that's all right. Oh, no, no. Okay, select this. Make sure the corners are synthesized. So I was selecting the wrong thing, I don't know for how long. Go up here. Okay. Might be fine. Might be fine. We'll find out once we get the hair cap moving with it, and then we'll be able to see if everything is working all right. Might be overthinking it. Though I do think the main one is moving too much. But we'll see. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to select this and mirror. Okay, that's done. Hair cap is next. Over. This one needs to stretch. Just by the nature of what it is. It needs to stretch over to make sure that it covers hair right. Or the head right. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay. Select it all. Mosey down a pixel or two. Push up a pixel or two. It's round, so I need to, like, move this up as well. Okay. Synthesize the corners and we'll see if something goes awry. Okay. What? Is that only available at a different... I know there's a way to, like, just... Okay. Anyways. Fine enough for my purposes. Yep, nothing selected. Okay. Okay, select everything. I think I need to fix this up so that it covers that a little better. Either way, flip it. Because there's just a sliver of hair that, or of head there. So side lock, boop, boop. Well, before you tilt, let's grab you. So you tilt over. I'm going to pull you out till about here. You tilt down. Okay, and we reflect that, and everything's saved. But we need to do the rest of the hair, and then we need to do hair physics. Also, I could have probably just copied that thing and expanded it. It's like, oh, look, there's another strand behind there. It's less complicated and more tedious. It's just do thing, look at thing, see how thing looks. Okay, now on to Twin Tails. Everybody's favorite. So, get these. So these are on ostensibly, where are these on? Let's take a look at, are they mounted on the back or are they on the middle? I think they're on the middle. So I can just do everything I've been doing normally. Move this over. That's going to be interesting. Okay, I think I could just squish this in. Yeah, that's fine. Everything rotates right, so I can mirror that. There's a reason why the high-end ones are in a grand, and it's not because, like, oh, I spent a lifetime working on this. It's like, I'm going to spend 2 to 3 weeks of actual 40-hour weeks working on it. Therefore, I need a month worth of pay. Like, I'm doing this kind of slapdash. But, like, the ones I would be paid for, I'd be taking more time and massaging the angles and having a lot more material to work with. So that I can get everything to look as correct as possible. That goes down. That goes up. Yep, that's right. Okay, now we synthesize them corners. Like, I'm not even doing, like, the proper stuff, like gluing, which is its own thing of pain and torment that I just don't do because, like, I'm working with pixels that don't exactly take well to glue in my experience. Which allows you to kind of, like, join 2 layers together, so when you stretch one out, the other kind of compensates like they're the same layer, but they aren't. I think it's kind of like programming when you aren't given something that is like one not out of your league and one actually explained. And you just keep doing it until it's done. It's like whittling away the bear. Where you have a giant wooden bear statue. You just keep removing what's not the bear. Yeah, I think this goes a little too much up when it goes up. Let's just bring you down a little bit. Just like right here, and then you go like, yeah, that's fine. That's a swallowable enough one. Okay. Now, for back of hair. Front hair, back of hair is back here, I think. We got the back hair, but we also had like the one up at top so that I can go hog wild with the... Let me look for it, because it's in the same order up here, so it should be below face, and I should be able to grab it and then do whatever with it. Direct back of hair, okay. Direct back of hair XY. Though the only other thing to say is like, girl cute. If anything, at the end of the day, that's all I want out of this. So this is going to be different. This is going to be actually moving away from the head, from the center a bit, because like the head's tilting, like it's on the back of the head. So it's slightly interesting in that. Okay, let's move that around. And I will be keeping this straight because well, I'm also working in pixels, which I always consider just it ends up faster unless you're doing a lot of stuff. But yes. I tend to want to work on the fast side. If I had any goals, I'd want to get like upstarts to have their own little thing to start with. Like, I don't want to be the model, like, design mama or whatever they want to put it as. I want to be somebody who makes like submodels for like random occasions, like, hey, new game is out, flavor of the month is out, hey, can you make this in a weekend? And like, yes sir, give me that 500, well, 400 right now, and I will do that to the extent of my abilities. Like, I work on the cheap because I want people to have options. I think it's better overall if there are options in like what you can get. Not everything. Not everything needs to be a $1,000 or tens of $1,000 model. Sometimes you can have just a fun little model. I might need to do something here. Okay, let's flip that. This is, I think I might have left a gap, which is my bad, but I'm not going to go fix it. That's fine over there. That's going to be fixed once the main hair moves. Okay, so I have this. Now, I can do the back of the hair. Hair back X, Y. And it could go straight up and down because the physics will allow it to lean. Okay, so move this over. Does that look working? I think that looks working. So I think I have... Yeah, I don't see anything wrong. Okay. Up and down. Look down. Hair goes up like a pixel or two. I mean, I think I do that. It's not like I know if there's a real quote-unquote market for it. But I'd like to believe so. Yep. As I said before, this will just have... Yeah, I do have a weird little hook on there. So this is going to have to be moved over a bit. So it's a little weirder than... Yeah, I missed something when I did this. I could fix the texture at any time, but... Okay, and flip it over. Oh. Well, I'm saying I could fix the texture. It's like literally I can drag and drop. And as long as I don't get out of there, it doesn't matter. And even though this looks weird right now, when I change up the physics for the hair, this will actually tilt the correct way. Hopefully. So I don't have to worry about it looking a bit awkward. Yeah, this looks like I'm going to have to drag this over as well. Select motion. Looks like it's swinging, right? Possibly a little much, but it is a lot of hair, and the physics should take care of the rest. Okay. I'm going to stand up for a minute. Let's see this wiggle. Things will have to get fixed in a second, but till then, I'm going to get up for a second. Not sure if I should change the tongue blue color. I guess it should be the same as the eyes. Okay. Or as the spiral eyes. Where is it? There you go. As I said, this is just a simple replace. There's nothing that should go wrong on this. I might be wrong, though. Whoops. Okay. Putting this up because it... Oops, that's not the right one. This is the right thing. Script, export, boop, 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 allow access, all the weird stuff that this does. And rename it because I messed up the name because I put an X there. So if I try to load up, it will not load up correctly. As this is just symbol. It's not like something fancy, it's just symbol. Wait, that's the wrong thing. This is the right thing. I may complain about I have to open it up in GIMP all the time, but I do need to resize it, and Sprite will throw a fit at these sizes. Like, this is 4K resolution. It's quite silly. Okay, overwrite. And I press the X button and I discard the changes to keep some memory safe. And let's bring this over. Oop. Can you open your mouth and say, ah? Ah. Yes, that is the correct color. Yep, discard the Photoshop document that I've attached. We have now updated the texture atlas. Okay. So we have all the angles on there. Now all we have left to do is even more physics. Hair moving. Let's duplicate this. Hair forward sub. Hair forward sub. There's only one of them, so I'm happy at that. But I'm going to have to do a thing for Twin Tails. Physics. Hair front physic. I'm not even done. I have one more surprise. One last illusion. Okay, I think I could just go with a standard distort sort of vibe here. Think harder, not smarter. Okay. No, that's not the right thing. Where are you? What did I click on? There we go. No? No? Get me back. Okay, subphysic. Hair front subphysic. Okay, got that. Got the sub one. That is the sub one, right? I can't tell because it's covering up. Yeah, got it. This is the curl. So as it is the curl, you grab, you move, you grab, you rotate, you move. I could probably write a script to do this. It's not that hard. Okay. Well, maybe making the script is, but the process is not. So now we have that wiggle. Okay, now on to side. So we have to have hair move side. Sorry, hair move side. Sub. Param hair move side sub, and these are for our hair vents. So go on to this. Side lock physic. Okay, so grab all this side. Give it a good old distort. Like so. Okay, good. Now grab this side and give it a distort, but not as much. I believe that they should be similar, but not the same. Otherwise, it It looks weird, in my opinion. Oh, hit the blue check mark. Okay. So we have the sway. This should probably not move as much. Good enough. Okay, and now for the sub one, which they will curl. And the furnace starts. I'm just going to call it phi now. I'm tired of typing physics. It's reached that point. Okay. Go over here. Grab these. Turn. Whoops. Rotate slightly. Move out a little bit. Grab again. Rotate slightly. Move out again. Grab that. Rotate slightly. Move out again. Rotate slightly. Move out again. And once again, over here. But as said before, I tend to try and go lesser for this. So a little bit of rotate, a little bit in. Little bit of rotate. This is the advantage of keeping them linked, is that I can actually flip it like I kept trying to do for the ones I couldn't actually flip. Okay, and whoop, whoop. There we go. Now for back here. Wait, that is back. I need to move that. Okay, select. Change to hair back. Where are you? No, side. I need hair side. Change. How about I select everything on there? Change over to sub side. Okay, there we go. Now we do this. Hair, back, sub. Hair, back, sub. And this is going to be a little weird because we have the two of them divided. So I need to look for the derived, or the direct. Direct. Oh, I clicked the button because it's silly. Okay. Main hair physic. Actually, no, I don't know if I can. Maybe. Let's try it. What's the worst that could happen? Hair direct back. I possibly could have had these be in the. No, hair back phi. I possibly could have had these be in the same thing. I might have messed some things up, but my brain is too fried at this point to think of better ways. Okay. And we are going to do a little bit of distort to begin this. But we are also going to do the rotate because this is going to have to be perfectly up and down when head is tilted this way. Because the way the physics is going to work is that it's going to have a rotator on it. So it can auto bounce to this. Now, because I'm doing a double pendulum, it's going to have to be the first one that does this. Now I can have all the extreme curls I want as well on the second pendulum. But I have to get this to be up and down. So, back to there. So that's what it looks like fully swung out. So I may have to emphasize on that a little bit more on the second pendulum, but it is what it is. And hopefully this doesn't break on the sub-physics, or on the directional stuff, but we'll have to see. Otherwise I just do it twice. I just move this all down to be underneath the lean Z. Actually, I'll just test it once I get all the physics rigged. And then I go back and fix stuff. Story of your life. Story of my life. Okay, so as I said, this is going to be more extreme. So I can just like have it be flung out. And this side can be more than the other side. In curving. Okay. I think I need to have it go up a little bit. Oh, should I do lift? I should do lift. At least for the back hair. Because that's where it always, like, would be. Okay. Back hair lift. Ram. Hair lift. Okay, so just to make sure, where's the dress? Down is... Right is down, left is up. Back, hair, lift. Okay. So we squish this a little bit, and we perspective the heck out of it. Or perspective the heck out of it. By pulling out these corners. And we're going to do this a few times to give it a better gradient. Okay. Now then. Also have to shorten up the sides a little bit because, you know, conservation of mass. So, go up a little bit and then grab these sides and go up a little bit more. So that's out. Now this is down. So while it doesn't make sense, I will extend hair down a little bit more. We could just say it's pulling in from the voluminous back because anime girl 80s, I double clicked. 80s hair. But also put more perspective into this to push it in. Okay. Now I need to add twin tails. Because those have their own physics, as one would expect. Twin tail main. Twin tail main. So, go up here. These are actually going to be only on the hair portion. So, boop. Go to the left. Actually, I could select the whole thing. Okay, I think that's fine. Actually, no. I like it more going off that. The top part should just remain where it is. Come in a little bit. Flip it over. Got a little pendulum going on. Now, twin tail sub. Twin tail sub. Okay, and we add that to this. Twin tail sub phi. And this is where everything curls. So, grab this. Curl. Move over. Curl. Move over. Curl. Move over and up. Curl. Move over and up. I think I need just a bit more at the top. Curl. Move over. Same for this side, but less. Curl. Move over. Curl. Move over. Okay, and reflect. Twin tails are bouncy. Okay. Time for physics pain. So first save, we're going to pray that the back hair works or else I'm going to have to re-rig it. Well, I say re-rig it. I'm going to move everything to underneath the long hair physics and figure out what I need to do for the directly behind the head. I should have had more overlap is what should happen. But anyway, physics. So we're back here. First thing we're going to do is front... front hair. Input is going to be head. Okay, that's fine. We're using derived physics anyways. Base angle X, base angle Z. Now remember before me saying one's going to be a rotator, the other is going to be positional. This is what I meant. Let's try and get this to be sane. Yeah, sure. I don't need to see the name that badly. I need to see the numbers. Okay, and this is going to be -30 to 30. And I'm just going to import hair short. Nope, or add it twice. I'm going to duplicate this one. Okay, so now that we have that duplicated, I think this should be... We'll leave it at default for now and see how out of hand it is. So now we go down and we look for hair forward like that. And those get attached to the correct pendulums. And we continue to do this for everything. Hair side. And it's going to yell at me because I'm using derived stuff and I rename things. It's angle X. Base angle Z. Angle 100. 100. -30. 30. These ones get to be a bit longer, but I'm still going off of hit this, set this to 5, duplicate it, and add the side ones. Boop, boop. Okay, and I think I'm just going to duplicate this and make the second... We'll play with it. We'll see what it would do. Twin tail. Okay, so we duplicate this. And... Ooh, minus 30. Oh, I didn't set that up right. Minus 30. 30. Why won't it be minus 30? Minus 30. Okay, let me check the hair side one. Yeah, that was minus 10. Fingers must be cold. Yeah, that's all fine. Okay, for this one, we're going to put it at 4s. We're going to decrease the reaction time a little bit. And we're going to set this to twin tails. If I put these as 1 and 2, they might have been fine. But anyways. Okay. We're going to duplicate this. Hair back. However, this one is... Actually, they should all have some body movement. I kind of shot myself in the foot. 1 second. Group. Front hair. So I just need to add derived body X. You come in here. You can be 80% of this. You can be 20%. Hair side. Add body derived X. 80-20. Hair back, I will like actually make it be a little different. Hair back. Or body derived X. 20. And hair back. This will be 60. Actually, I think this should be more on the 60 side. This should be 40. This should be 60. So we are getting a lot of movement out of moving left and right. And this should be more like 6, 8. We'll play with that. See how it goes. And that will be back X and or back hair. Hair move back. And hair move back sub. Because I can find it. There you are. Okay. And now I'm going to get into hair lift, which is going to be based off of a positional of derived Y of face and body. Which one should have more? The head gets a bit of movement, but I think it's going to be mostly body. Because I want it to be more effective when it's on there. And I am going to... Whoops. I'm going to put these on a pendulum. Oops, delete you. Duplicate you. 5. And that should be fine. And we're going to put this on the second pendulum so it has a little bit of wiggle when it goes on. And isn't quite lockstep with the up and down Y motion. Great. Where is it? Back hair lift. There it is. And you see pendulum 1, it's now pendulum 2. Okay, now on to the rest of it. So, our arm physics, arm cloth physic. This is going to be a body, but it's going to be, yeah, it can find those. So we're going to have derived angle Z, and we're going to have derived body derived X. Angle Z is going to be, well, an angle. It's going to be 100%. And body derived X is a position, 100%. Ah, I can't type anymore. Negative 30 to 30 because I want it to hold. Okay. And clothing light, sure. We're going to just duplicate that. Oops. I didn't duplicate that. And we are going to add, as soon as I find it in here. Sorry, moving a little bit. Arm warmer base and sub. Those go in there. Arm cloth lift. And I'm just going to make this manually, which is going to be all based off of body derived Y. 100%. And I'm going to have it as clothing heavy, just for flavor. And back to arm warmer lift. Should be down here. That goes in there. And now onto jacket. Actually, let me go to that. Let me duplicate that and call it jacket. And we could set these up to shake a little less. 0.8. 0.8. Reaction time is slower. 0.9. 0.95. So it gets back a little slower than expected, and we get the jackets. And hopefully this looks all right when I get it to run. Because I have no guarantees whatsoever with the weirdness I've done with the hair, the back hair. I should have made it one thing, but it's like, maybe I want to break. No, just make it one layer. Scrib. There it is. Okay. And now I go over to clothing lift, and I duplicate that to jacket lift. Make that a 0.6, 0.98. And look down here for jacket lift. Okay. Now we're going to make one. We're going to duplicate it for skirt off of cloth physics. We're going to duplicate it called skirt. Well, it's dress. And we're going to delete these two. Yep. Just go away. We're going to do this with the light version. So clothing light, import, duplicate. And then we're going to add the dress ones, which are base and sub. That's base out the same thing. Okay. And then we're going to duplicate the arm lift. Dress lift. Truly a name. Okay, one more down. Dress lift. Okay. And one more thing we have to make is for the leg warmer, which we don't have a lift on because I wasn't completely nuts. And that one could be all purely body derived. 100% heavy clothing. Import. I'm going to make that 1 for giggles. And a 0.9. Okay, and we're going to add this down to leg warmer physics. Oh, I need collar physics as well. Alright, so I'm going to duplicate this. Collar physics. This one's going to be shorter. Let's give that an 8. And let's have this be collar physics. Okay, I'm going to hit X on this, save, go back into physics, and pray this works. So, move all this over. Let's see what she has to say. It's definitely bouncy. We got the lean in. We're in the check for issue stage. Push the 1 button. Yeah, I think I need to tweak the default ones. I never quite like that 9 shaking. It's a little too much for me. Ah, yeah. So the reason why this was only tracking the eyes is because I haven't set up derived X, derived face X, which is just going to be, whoops, move this over. Angle X as well, an angle. And I'm going to add a bit of face position X, just 10% as a position. So this is going to be negative 40. Why does it do that? Negative 45 to 45. And this is just going to have this. So as this changes, it should hit that, and I need to put it shaking at like 0.2. Convergence 0.1.5. Reaction can be 0.95 because, as said before, everything feels a bit delayed with her. So, face angle X. Maybe a little bit. 0.5, does that work? Okay. And I'm going to duplicate this for the Y. Same reason. This is going to face Y, but it's coming off of angle Y and face position Y. So now we can look all around with our mouse, and we're going to add face angle Z, which is pretty much going to be the same thing, but with Z. Minus 45. So that's an angle. That's 100%. Nothing else really messes with it because it's tilts. Import this. Oh. Standard one. 0.6, let's say. 1.5 conversion. Reaction time could be a little there. And face that. Okay, and now body X. These ones are a little weird. So face position X. You guessed it, an angle. 100. Have that. Have this be at like 6, let's say. And minus 45 to 45. Output. We're going to add body X. And we're going to duplicate this to body Y. Move everything over. Body Y. Face position Y. Duplicate. Body Z. Face position Z. Now this one I want to have a little less reaction time. So it's a kind of an ease in and it isn't so sudden and flings everything about. Okay. What do you think? I think I need to go back into the hair physics. Yeah, take them down from like a 9 to an 8 or 5. So, input 0.8, 0.8, front hair 0.8, 0.8, shaking like 0.8. Okay, let's just watch that from. Well, let's try that with the twin tails, because I could check if they're just bouncing too much. 0.85. 0.85. Yep, that feels better, so let's move that over to things. 0.85. Hair back. 0.7. I don't think this should be shaking as much. 0.65. I think that might be more on it. It's going to do the weird jerk when he gets back into there, but ah yeah, the lift is still on that. So hair lift. 0.6. 0.65. And I think there we have it. Oh, it's like, you know, just going through a bunch of the toggles. And I don't think I made her as 5-head as she should be. But I think it's just the massive amount of hair that's off the side of her head that's doing that. Okay. Now the final tweak. The thing I'm going to suffer on. Because I know it's possible. I have seen it. We are having parameter. Fisheye. So this is the main reason I did not do a single thing in a rotator so that I can have this giant warp deformer at the end. Okay, wrong one. There we go. So, oh yeah. That was all done through sane methods. This is not sane. This is not for the faint of heart. Okay, so first off, I have to do a perspective. And I'm going to have it like this. Probably have it like this. Except for like right here. Okay. Now the way I think this has to be done. That first I grab all these. Actually, whoops, no. I grab all these. And it's a scaling. Oh, I grabbed one more than I should have. Whoop. And then I grab all these in here. Let me change this to something so I can see pink. And purples. Okay. So I have this. I may not have enough material in this. So the basic idea is that everything goes up like that. Then all I have is that to work with. Okay, I think somebody has done something on the YouTubes. Let me just look for a quick second. This is edgy. I'm just going to type it in chat. 1 second. Yeah, it's 100 divisions. Okay. It yells at me if I try to do anything like that, so I didn't even think that was an option. Let me just get this fellow's name. Let me put it into some text somewhere. So, this is the guy. Looking at off screen. try and figure it out. So yeah, put it at 100 divisions. Select the brush tool and make it about 3%. And the size at least as big as as your head. And then you would want to make a little circle. You do that and then just scale it up and boom. Okay. I was on the right track, but I was not there. Yeah. Because this is close. This is what I would think it would be. But I'm wrong. I have to put big numbers. And I thought it just, like, absolutely forbid that. But no. No. You make big numbers. Okay. Parameter. First off, let's get back to this. The form tool. Perspective. And absolutely squish that down. Okay. Now we grab the tool I never use. The brush tool. Or brush selection. That's not it? Okay, let me just look back at the video. Because I know a bunch of people have done this forever. Yep, 100 divisions. What's the actual one he clicks on? Okay, so it's that one. There it is. Okay, so first off, I have to make this a bit bigger. Set weight about a 3%. Okay, so I select that. And then it's scale up. Make the selection tool. You select at about as big as your head. I think I want to make it bigger as well. Because I want it to be like the head can move around. It's not on top of that. And then you just scale it. How are you... Oh, you're doing the standard grab the right edges. Okay. Let's make this 2,000. Because I just want to grab... Okay. I'm not seeing any red edges. 30%? Then we go back to this. Okay, there we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Now we're cooking with gas. And let's just do this again. And again. Possibly make this a bit smaller. 1800. Okay. Let's see if this even works. So we go all the way bound here. Okay, where are you? Toggle fisheye. Not the effect I want. Let's just see what happens if I, like, you know. It's a distortion. It is one heck of a distortion. I will say that. Okay, Basically everything through here. Problem is that it, due to how the stuff works, the hair is put onto that, so I'd have to copy this across multiple things. So might be more of a dead issue than I was hoping. Yeah, what's happening is that the warp for the hair is getting distorted as the size of the head that it is on. So the fact that some things have moved around, like the neck has its own thing, and then I put the head in there. No, what? No, okay, I got a thought. Okay, first off, let's get these out here. I'll get to that in a second. The problem is literally a bottle neck. I am not kidding. The problem is that the neck right here is this small. So the distortion is treating the neck, all this, like any distortion on that, is being applied over the entire head. So what I need to do is I will fisheye this. Head fisheye first. I'll make it 1,000 or 100 by 100. Or 1,000 by 1,000. It will yell at me. We will create it. It says I am dumb. Acceptable. So now I will select, I'll have this at 2,000. And I'm just going to have to select it at about the same spot both times, so directly on the nose. So I have that selected. Then I switch over to this. And I scale. Okay, it is working. But I think like it does need to be about the same size. So let's go with 1,000. Okay, I think it does need to be also at 30. So, right on the nose. Boom. Okay, so we switch over to this. Oh, no, I got more than I wanted. Go back. Okay, so reselect on this. Where did it go? Lane Z, neck warp. Oh, it didn't take. Okay, so we make this. We'll call it fisheye. And we will make it 100, 100 here. Yep, that's fine. Okay, then we select this. Right on the nose. Then we'll go over here. And we will scale. Now, the one issue is that this is going to travel with it, and I wanted it to be over the entire thing. So this might be a wash. Yeah. This would have worked if I had made the neck warp when I had selected this and the neck warp. But the bottleneck is literally screwing everything up. So it's a wash, but hey. Oh well. Let me just look at it a minute and see if I see any obvious issues. Or things I just don't like. we're getting the eye taking over everything, but the mouth does open properly. So, if I wanted to do this, I'd have... Well, I could refix the neck, I suppose. And maybe it will work. Because it's not scaling up. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy this as insurance. I'm going to take both of these out of this. Delete that neck warp. Now that it's proper size, I'm going to call it neck warp. I'm going to make sure it goes under the lean Z. Okay, now that we have this, go up to derived Z, or derived face angle Z. And we are going to rotate it. We're going to go to modeling. We're going to make a temporary deformer tool, or rotate tool. Put it right down here. Rotate. Just a bit. That's all that thing did. I know it's silly. And we mirror motion. Why isn't the... That goes in here. That doesn't break anything, right? I said that goes in here. Move down. Thank you. That won't cause any problems because it was already same size. It's just going, it's smaller than the container is going in. Okay. So once again, we make this deformer. We call it fisheye. And as the guy, I can't pronounce his name, said, make this 100 by 100. Okay. Ooh, there's something else that's smaller than it should be. Well, we'll see if that causes any problems. So then let's just grab right here. Okay, let me just physics this for a second. So we go down, we fisheye this. Oh, it's not actually... Oh, wait. Okay. First off... start by shortening this up. I don't know why that's shrinking so much. And then perspective down to basically nothing. Then we grab our handy dandy tool. Unselect everything. Grab this. Select this. And to infinity and beyond. Let's just see how this works out. Not quite the effect. You know, if I do it over the entire thing... Okay. Control-Shift copy. Control-Shift paste. So this thing's about this, so 800. As I said, this thing's basically a 4K. Image. So if I do this, not the quite effect I want. Let's go down. Let's make this 4,000. And just do this. Oops, that's not what I want. Maybe. I'm feeling a maybe here. It's not as centered on the face as I'd like. Then again, it wasn't centered. If I could somehow get an inverse of what I have selected and shrink it down. Okay, let's once again go into the breach. Select everything. Control-Shift copy. Select over here. Control-Shift paste. Okay, let's try again. Make this a little smaller. Center it on her face. Then fisheye it to heck and back. And everything below that. We're going to shrink up like right about here. Oh wait, that's not. Everything below that, we're going to pull up to like right about here and perspective it into oblivion. Room. Not quite. Very close, though. I could do it to the face, because that's what people usually do, is they, straight on the face layer, they just drop one of these fisheye lenses, and the inner eyes touch the outer face. Oh well, I think it's a valiant effort, but I'm going to call it at that. That, I'm going to say, that was a good run. Alright, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to, like, do an animation. I have some... That was almost a mistake. Remember what I said about always set the things to default? It almost kept all that distortion. Okay. I'm going to put a 1 at the end. And yeah, about 8 hours. Which isn't bad. I've done worse. Most of it was me fiddling with all that other stuff, but we got a model. It's cute. It doesn't quite explode. It has a bit of lean in there, which kind of her thing, even though it's through a fisheye. I don't know what else really to say about this. It works. I like it. I might have to make a background of the back rooms, but I want to go and eat something. So maybe after that I'll do a quick little animation. I mean, yellow wallpaper. Quick and dirty. I don't know if the hair's twisting enough when you tilt your head. 1 second. Let me reset you to default. And this is head turn. Okay, that's face. Where's hair? I don't think that's having any effect on hair. Like hair back. Face. Oh, it's. No, it should be face. Do I not have Z properly set up on here? Face angle Z, angle Z. So that is input from angle Z to face angle Z. And then over in hair back, that is face angle Z. Let me just see if it's really, really small. No, it doesn't look like it's doing anything. Okay, now it's actually doing something. Though I think it's going the wrong way, so I want to have this be reversed. Whoop. Yep, I wanted it reversed. Do I have any others that use face angle? Yeah, okay. Let's increase output, because something seems to be a bit wacky. Reverse it. Output. Okay. Twin tails. Reverse it. Increase output. Hair back, I already did it. I think I did something with arms. Well, not lift, but the, you know. Okay. If I did it for arms, it's for, okay, there's nothing else on there. So this should actually look a bit better. Oh yeah, body X twists it out as well. 1 second. Body X turns it a bit. 60, 40. We'll have this be 100. We're making you an angle. You could be 100 now. Something's a little weird. Thought it was good until I noticed this. Unreflected, is it back? Maybe I was correct and I just had messed something up. Okay, one second. Let me unreflect this. I do like how it just kind of drops. Yeah. I was correct. I don't know why I had that backwards, but see how it looks now. I might want to make the head go down a little bit more on the lean. Let's do that. And I think that'll be enough of me fiddling with this. Because I can fiddle all day long. Yeah, I think that fixes it. Okay. Off to the poses. Okay. Well, thank you all for sitting around for this mess of a marathon of a speed run. About 8 hours. Little extra change for me going like, something's not right with two things. But, it seems to work now, and I need to get food in me. So without further ado, thank you for coming. Have a good rest of whatever your day is. And I will see you next time, which might be just programming. I have to see about that. After Christmas is going to be a thing, but we'll get there when we get there. Till then, have a good time of day.